Would like to welcome everyone to the Washington City Council workshop meeting today, which is Wednesday, July 26, 2023. The time is 4 p.m. We are in the council chambers of the Washington City offices in beautiful Washington, Utah. The meeting is also being broadcast via YouTube and can be viewed after as well. Council, welcome. Good to have each of you here. If we could, looking for an approval of the workshop agenda.
So moved.
So moved by Councilman Henderson. Can I get a second? Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. On our agenda today, we have two items. The first being a water utility and impact fees. Assistant Public Works Director Lester Dalton will be speaking to this. It looks like we have some other dignitaries here to help a little bit. I'll let him introduce those individuals as they are involved in the discussion. Lester.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Good afternoon. Hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to really dive into this, digest it. We've got two components here. One of them being the culinary water rates, as we're proposing them to be increased, as well as our capital facilities plan. And part of that capital facilities plan is also a adjustment to the impact fees to accommodate the future growth and needs of the city. I've got an opportunity to spend a little bit of time with each of you in the past week or so. Hopefully I've been able to answer any of your detailed questions that you've got. I've got Sunrise Engineering here. I believe Blaine's going to be representing them, as well as Dustin Schaefer, to kind of walk you through this and answer any additional questions you may have. And I just want the council to understand. I really want you guys to be comfortable with this and have a really good understanding and be comfortable moving forward with this when it does come for vote. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Sunrise Engineering and let them walk you through the presentation they've got prepared, as well as any questions you've got with the user rates or the impact fees or the capital facilities plan.
And Council, we want all your questions answered tonight. We want to try to stay within 30 to 40 minutes so we have time for the other agenda items, if we can do that. Thank you.
So the presentation we have up here is the same presentation that was given last time I was here. You've been able to have a chance to review it, so I don't really want to go through all the slides because it's already been done and for time's sake. But I guess I'll better stay up here just to kind of recap. It is an update to the master plan. Just as Lester has said, we're looking at some recommended improvements, and those recommended improvements come at a cost. And so we've provided a user rate analysis to show what we'd propose or recommend as the target dollar amount to cover those expenses that are with those new projects, and also with increased budgets to be able to run the system as inflation and time increases costs, and then also to propose a new impact fee with those projects as well, and the increased construction costs that we're seeing. And if I were to jump down to our user rates, I'll jump down to a slide here that has kind of a summary of what we've had before, which is the proposed base rate, which comes off the calculations to cover fixed costs, an overage rate to cover variable costs, and what that total target rate would be. And then we had a series of options of what a tiered rate would be based on different usage to target that $55.52 that you're seeing. I guess just with that, I'd like to open it up for discussion amongst yourselves, or if you have any questions that you'd like me to go over, I'd be happy to do so. Or if there's anything particular you want me to jump to or look at.
Council, do you have anything yet, or would you like him to share more background and information? If you have questions, please jump in.
I think we should jump. I mean, I don't want to jump past what you want to talk about, but I think how we got to these user rates are based on a different tier of how we, on the tiers of the water usage. I think that was the biggest thing I got out of meeting with Lester, is that the on the tiers of how we want to bill in the future. I mean, the user rate is the user rate based on to keep our system up and running. But I think I'm more after the water rates after the base rate is where I'm at. I don't know about the rest of the council.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just jumping to the,
So the tiers,
yeah,
okay?
I mean, if it's okay with everybody, so.
Yeah, and on that, I mean, you can go ahead and jump to it, but the thing that, and it's more of a question for the council is, you know, currently we have 9 tiers, and do we want to go less or do we want to go more? I mean, that's really the question, and I don't know the exact answer. Either way, at the end of the day, it's the same amount of money that we need to make the system work and keep working. It's just how it gets paid for is how I'm looking at it. I think 9 seems like a lot to me. So, but I also want to make sure we're not, I wanted to, just like we did on the power, affect the least amount of people and in any increases, because we have the automatic increases we get from the Conservancy District every year, no matter what.
So with the tiers, then if I were to jump to the kind of the proposed options we have an option 1 which kept the same tiers as the existing, which is the 9 tiers. It is a fair amount based on the other communities in the county. I think there's other communities, I can't remember for sure, but Blaine said there's other communities that do have that as well, but there are several that have less. But this uses the same breakdown for the most part. The one thing we talked about last time, that in conversation with city staff, that we really wanted to focus on with these options is the first tier, where the city's goal for conservation is to be at around that 12,000 gallons, basically 12,000 gallons per month usage. And so we wanted to make sure that that first tier, if everybody in the city was to get to that level, wouldn't end up hurting the system based on doing one thing good and then all of a sudden causing a negative impact later. And so that way the system would be still in the black with that.
Does that make sense to everyone on that? It took, when we were discussing it, I just remember going, I understand that it happens. We don't want to make sure that we make it so cheap that all of a sudden we don't have money to service our community.
And so with it, this option maintains the same breakdown besides that first tier as the existing tiers. And it keeps basically increases a 10% increase on the charge per 1,000 gallons for every tier. So the more water you use, the more it costs each time, and on a 10% increase. The next 2 options we had used a structure like this one that reduces it down to 5 tiers, had bigger gaps between each tier. Again, starting at the 12,000 range, and then in this tier, instead of doing 10% for the bigger gaps, we had a 25% increase. And then the next tier does very similar things, but has a kind of a staggered approach on the increase, being lower on the first tier and then higher on the later tiers. Is there any questions or discussions on these options?
So I do have just a question. We're trying to accomplish water conservation, right? In your experience, as you've seen this done throughout other communities, what are you seeing as accomplishing that? Is it option 1, option 2, option 3?
As far as conservation goes, the higher charges on the upper end. So for example, option 3 on that 50% increase for tier 4 and 5 would be what we would see cause that the most, just higher increases on the extreme usage side, because it does drive those down. I do have some slides I can show actually with that, or not slides. These are I believe they're in your packet. These are a chart here that shows usage based on winter months and summer months, and where that last year this usage fell. And you can see if you look at the last usage, the big heavy users, there actually is a decent amount of that in the city. We have 10% of the usage falls in 40,000 gallon a month and up. And so you'd see a pretty, if that shifted down to those lower tiers, it would be a hefty portion. So, any other questions on the tiered?
So
tiered rates?
have you seen that with the higher dollar amount on the higher tiers? Have you actually seen that kind of help to facilitate
I have seen some. I guess
conservation?
I'll ask Dustin. He's got a lot more experience on years under him to see that.
Yeah, I think you definitely see that. Thank you. You just said I'm old. Experience. Yeah, I think you'll definitely see that. And in addition to that, with the meters that you have now, that residents get to see that and see where they're at with that target, I think that's going to really help as well. When you have a tier that puts dollars with that target, I think you definitely see an improvement there.
So I have a great big lawn in the front and the back, and so I'm a high water user. Lester busted me the other day I told my wife about that. So. But anyway, so, if I was charged the higher rates, I think it would motivate a guy like me to cut down on my water usage. So, I don't mind option 2 or 3. I think we have some people that have a lot of money and it doesn't matter either way for them, but I don't have a lot of money, but I have a large lawn. So I think if I had to pay a little more for those high usage, I'd probably cut my use down a little bit. In fact, I did. After I talked to Lester, I went from 6 days a week. Well, I think I was watering 5 days a week, and now I just cut it down to 3. So see, it works when you can see it on the on the meters. So
And his grass is yellow as it would be if he was watering it 5 days
exactly.
a week. So,
Yeah.
I think that's important to understand. I think we also have the other group in our city that aren't okay with paying that extra money, right? So, I agree with you. We have the people who are going to pay whatever, they don't care. But those are going to be like the super high users. And then we have this demographic who they've been here for a long time, and the old style of home was more grass and less desert landscaping. And now any new development is nothing, right? They're using not even close to what other developments. Me too. I have a lot of grass, but I have young kids and we like to be in the yard. And so that's what we chose to do with our yard. So I don't want to limit people, but I also want to be cautious about who we're charging. And because there is that fine line of people who have grass. I don't want to kill their pocketbook either and hurt them, is all I'm saying. But again, if it can help teach them, one of the things I'd like to do is I think we need more education. And I know the Conservancy District does a really good job, but I don't know what we can do on our side to help say, hey, yes, rates are going up, but there's ways to save money. Because I have neighbors that just water constantly, and you try to talk to them and they don't care. They just want it green. And even if it's running off into the driveway,
So for me, I think I'll, at least for now, probably keep the grass that I have, but I'm going to be much more careful on how I water it, because I can see it on the meter. But then also, if I'm charged a little more for those higher months where I've got the higher water use, I think I'm going to be a little bit more careful. So at least for me, it's mission accomplished. I'm going to use a little bit less water, I think. So.
And I think that you're a good example. To Councilman Coates' point, I don't think we want to force people out of their current historical use, but the district has been putting out this information, this is how many days a week you should water, and it doesn't always sink in until you get that bill and say, oh, then you call and you say, what can I do? What are some things that I can do to help? And you'll probably find your grass is just as healthy watering 3 days as it was 5. So I don't think we're trying to push people out, but we are trying to slowly change behavior over time is the hope.
But to the other aspect is we also have to look at this as a revenue source to keep us running. It's still, it's sad to say, but it's a commodity, but it's a business. In that if we don't get enough funds to help service it, we can't service it. So we have to charge enough to service to make sure the system is running properly, but not charge, like we're all about not charging more than we have to. I mean, we run a pretty fine line on these departments on what they get and how they get it service it, and they do a great job with the limited funds we have available. But we have to make sure we can construct those and then still not raise rates too much, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
So I'm okay with any of those three. Do you guys have a recommendation? Or which?
Can you pull up the other chart while you're thinking about that?
Which
There was
one?
the chart that had the option between option 2 and 3. Lester showed it to me.
Which one was it?
Yeah, it was super helpful to me.
Yeah.
So for me, it's option 2 or 3, and we just got to decide which way we want to.
After the charts?
And maybe if you could provide just a synopsis of
That one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
So what was powerful to me is when you look, I mean, I can't read the options. I think orange is 3 and cyan is 2.
Yeah.
So the thing I saw is that option 3, it didn't hit as hard until the end. Am I right there?
Correct. Yeah.
And so I kind of liked option 3 because then it didn't hit the majority of the middle users as much, but the high end.
kicked in the high.
That's where I landed, but I'd like to hear I'd like to hear Lester's opinion because I can't remember which one you preferred. Because you were listening to me as much as I was listening to you and our opinions.
Hey,
Right?
Lester, while you present, would you please just give a quick synopsis about what option 1, what it addresses, 2, and then we've already addressed number 3, that it addresses more of the high water users.
Yes. So if you look at this chart, you've got our existing tier structure that falls down here. Option 1 pretty much just mimics that and just brings it up to reflect the inflation, all of the other components and the cost increases that we've seen. It just kind of brings it up uniformly across the board. When we move over to option 2 is pretty well, kind of a unilateral approach. We're just going to try and, incentivize the conservation across the board. So everybody uniformly across the board and just leave it at that. And Councilman Coates is correct that kind of yellow-orange is the option 3 environment. And as you can see on the very top end, it hits that very top end pretty hard, but it's not as harsh on the middle of the road components. From a staff perspective, I mean, it really doesn't matter to us. All of these options will meet the funding criteria, and it kind of comes down to what the council would like to see from a conservation perspective. This is kind of our first step at it. So where do we want to go first? Do we want to do a unilateral approach? Do we want to do a top-end approach? And all of the options are going to be completely workable for us from a staff perspective. It's council's decision which way they would like to see it.
So he's giving us his political answer. Give us your real answer. Because we're politicians here, right?
I would prefer option 2 or 3 just to get us to the 5 tiers. Reason being is it's a lot easier as staff to be able to explain that to the public. Once you get into the 9 tiers, it becomes just overwhelming as you're breaking down somebody's utility bill for them. So we can get to that. This is what the bill was, and this is how we got there. If you have to go through all 9 tiers, at about tier 4, their eyes start to glaze over and you can tell you lost them.
Do you have a lot of residents that want to know
We
the
get-
breakdown of their
Yeah, we get
utility
quite a few
for
calls
water?
that, and we don't get the call until they get the $300 power or $300 water bill. They want to know why. And they're typically upset about it, and you have to start with them right at the bottom end and rebuild the entire bill for them and let them know, well, it's because you used 100,000 gallons of water last month. And the majority of your water was in the very top tier.
So do we, and you say $300 water bill, do we help promote I love that all the utility companies do it. After they've been there a year, we'll do an equal pay. Like I'm on it, I love it. So I know every month my bill is going to be so much. And I'm just wondering if we're helping promote that, saying, hey, you've been here a year, we average this out. That way you can have more of a balanced budget that you're not paying 80 in the winter and 300 in the summer. You're paying 150 or whatever throughout the year. So I'm just wondering if we help promote that.
Yeah, I know that utilities promotes that pretty heavily, and they bring that up to the customers. They offer that up to them, and you know that data is based on their previous data. So their previous year's consumption is what it's based on. As long as they're consistent, everything's good. But if they think that their bill's just going to be the same all the time, it's kind of counterintuitive to promote that conservation because the bill's the same all year long. From a conservation's perspective, if they see that their bill is following the seasons and following their water consumption, it's going to bode better for the conservation perspective. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It is more convenient, but it also kind of camouflages their real true consumption.
So Lester, it appears that the council is interested in exploring option 3. It sounds like that's the one that more people are talking about. But my question on option 3 is, it looks to me like it still encourages conservation as well.
It does.
As well as the others. It just has a higher impact for the greater
Correct.
amount of water that is used. So just keep in mind, we still need to talk about base rate impact fees. And then would you just share just briefly about the AMI metering and what the benefit has been for that? And then we want to make sure we answer every question the council has, but we just need to keep moving just a little bit.
Yeah, the AMI metering has been a huge benefit. We've started to roll out and contact customers about leaks. They are very, very thankful on the overall. We do have a few that are, they're upset about it, and they're just going to continue to pay the bill, and we're escalating through and trying to get them to come in line with it. But other than that, we need to dive into the base rate a little bit, make sure everybody understands that, and get into the impact fees. So
Can you pull up the customer distribution tables and charts? The PDF, can you pull that off that slide?
The one just at the table? This one?
Yeah. When I was looking at the option 1 for January, our goal for 0 to 12,000 gallons in January, 91% of customers are within that range. But then in July, there's only 43% that are within that conservation goal of 0 to 12,000. And so for me, I know this is different than what you guys all shared, but I feel like the option 1 is more, I'm leaning towards that because I feel like it's more fair pricing, and I feel like I don't want to have huge jumps. I think it'd be better to do like a gradual, I feel like we're already raising the prices, and based upon our conversation yesterday, that base price will cover the costs.
That's correct.
For everything.
Mm-hmm.
So why you guys are saying it doesn't really matter is because our water system will be covered because of the base rate
and
that you're charging.
And the tier 1 water, is our hard cost. That's what it costs us. The base fees cover the system as a whole and keeps the system so that it's operable to deliver the water. The tier 1 pricing, that's our actual cost to pump the water. So that's what it costs us to get that water to its point of delivery through the infrastructure that's covered by the base rate.
Lester, share with the group who the biggest paying customer is for the electric department in Washington City.
Washington City Water Department is the #1 customer for the Washington City Power Department, and that bodes heavily into these rate increases.
We're glad you're on our side.
We do what we can to help.
So I took a pretty good look at this and, kind of compared it to my personal home use, on the AMI system. And so for me, I've got, historically, I think I've got 2 or 3 months out of the year where I'm really high, like 40,000 gallons. And so, but most the winter months I'm way low. I think my average is like 24 or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, I found that just with a few adjustments, I could be back down in the middle. you know? And so, I mean, at least for me, I think if I watch my watering a little bit closer, I mean, I'm going to be okay, you know? So I've been kind of leaning towards number 3. And, you know, with a few adjustments, I'll put myself back in the, you know, down in the middle. But anyway, it's interesting when you are aware of it and you start looking at your actual usage. And I love that metering system, how you can really monitor it. And I set myself up to get an alarm or an email if they detect a leak. And so thanks for helping me out there. So I think it's great.
That's where it shifts.
There, anything else on user rates that you'd like me to answer or discuss?
Councilwoman, anything?
One thing I wanted to know, just looking at the existing versus tier 1, so this is more for Councilwoman Casperson, is that it did jump from 25% to the 64%, but it's the same 64 from option 1 and 2. I think the majority of users use up to 12,000 is what so just for some things when I looked at it, just so you can look at that, is that, yeah, we are adding up those first 3, but I would think most homes use 12,000 a month.
But when you get to 30,000 to 32,500, that's when you see the red and the yellow pass each other. So that's kind of that break point.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, what we've done is put the first couple tiers into one on option 2 and 3. I just saw that 64% on any option we have. Even with the new option 1, it's still 64% of our users. So it's the same users on those 2 options. And 12 is like the baseline with no outside irrigated. It's like our winter months, I would say.
Actually, even the winter months, we see significantly lower than that for the most part. We're usually under 10,000 on the winter months.
On the winter months.
We've got about 15 minutes left in the discussions. Want to continue?
Yep. So I'll move on to the impact fees then. We didn't get to talk about this a lot on the last time I was here. So just go to that slide here. So as we can see, here's a slide of the existing impact fees as they stand now. So for a normal residential connection, the existing impact fee is about $2,400, and it goes up from there based on what the ERU typically would be for a larger meter size. This is a list of the recommended projects that are within the 10-year window, which is the planning window we use for the impact fee study. The reason that being is impact fee law states that any money gained from impact fees does have to be spent within 6 years. And so we do a 10-year planning window, so there's longer than that 6 years, but it's short enough that if any money kind of spent towards the beginning can be used for these projects, and you're not losing out on money that was gained. And then these are the projects that, working with city staff, going through the source and distribution and storage requirements of the state and the city's historical usage, we're seeing as the big needs. As of right now, the city is needing quite a few improvements based on the rapid growth that's been seen and honestly that we're projecting to see. And so that's where the number of projects comes in. And then so these projects were taken into account based on the growth rate we were seeing for that 10 years. So we're assuming in that 10 years of about 9,700, so close to 10,000 ERUs coming into the system. And we took the total amount of these projects as they are impact fee eligible, meaning the portion of these projects that are directly proportional or directly come directly from growth. And for the most part, all these projects are direct result of growth in areas that, as of right now, have no infrastructure, and these projects would be needed for those areas to grow. And so the total cost of these projects, with accounting for inflation, we took that total number and divided among all the new anticipated ERUs in that 10-year window, coming up with the $4,700 amount for a new impact fee, which is a pretty substantial increase. The big driving force here is the substantial increase we've seen on construction costs. A lot of projects we've seen have been 50 to 100% more on all projects. As we started the cost estimate from the beginning of the project to the end, it's been a drastic increase, and that's the main reason for that big increase, along with the rapid growth that the city has seen. Is there, I guess, any questions up to that point?
I know I saw this looking through the paperwork, but when was the last time the impact fee study was done? Was that in 17?
17,
okay.
right? 17, yes.
Would you say one of the other factors is, the places that we have anticipated growth are more difficult to serve with water than maybe what was previously available? I mean, it looks like there are a lot of water tanks that need to be installed, and that would be because there's not pressure to these areas with our current tanks and flows. Is that accurate to say?
That is correct, yes.
And so not only is it cost more, but the projects are more costly because they're more difficult now to serve areas that are further away or in different pressure areas.
That is correct, yes.
So what did you say at the beginning, that you have to spend or start a project within 6 years, or you have to finish the project within 6 years?
You have to spend the money within 6 years.
Spend the money within.
That's collected, yes.
And so when the airport, it says 2032 year of improvement, would we be collecting on that already, where we?
Yeah, so it would be, so the way impact fee money works when it comes into the city, so a developer comes in or someone builds a home, they pay their say it was $4,000 impact fee. That money can be spent for any project on this list, because depending on how the next couple of years go, these timeframes are approximate now. They're what we're thinking with our best guess now, what they would be. Some land might become more available than it was before, and so projects can move around, and so that money just needs to be spent on any project. And so typically what we see is the first couple of years that money is gained, it'll go to these first projects like the Long Valley tank or the airport tank that are, this next year or two. And then from there, after those projects are installed, the money would be going towards the later projects.
Would you scroll to the next slide, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I think what's important to mention in this slide right here is if you look at the communities, St. George, Hurricane, Santa Clara, Springdale, and Ivans, if you notice that the year that their water impact fees were adopted, some of those are becoming quite antiquated. And so we suspect that when these communities update their user rates, that they'll be very much in line with where we're at. That number looks kind of big right now, but you gotta realize we're going from here forward, and others are going to have to get to this point as well. So
I think to Councilman Ivy's point, Santa Clara is doing theirs right now, speaking with them. And St. George is excited that we're a little bit ahead of them so that they can use us as a reference point when they get ready.
we're happy to lead the way.
So for what it's worth with the council, I did a deep dive into the estimates because it's what I do for my day job, and I couldn't find any money to cut. I tried. So I looked at the prices. I thought there was some that were under from what we're seeing out in the industry. And I mean, relatively, I think we're there. I think they did a really good job on the estimates when it comes to capturing what we need to build these. But I think that's where I'm struggling when we look at, hey, we're looking at doubling our impact fee. That really, like, I dove into it because I just think it's, we fight with having our affordable housing, and then everyone's going to have to double their impact fees. I mean, when I built my house, it was $30,000. It's going to be $40,000 to $50,000 here shortly with the Conservancy District going up. It's just, I'm concerned, but I also am like, we can't make our other public pay for new development. So what do we do? And so I think this is a good way to say new development can pay for new development. And it's just, it is what it is. And with the current inflation, I don't know what else we do. We're just the first ones to do it. And I truly tried to dive into this stuff. And, you know, I mean, there was some stuff I do think some of the projects are on that verge of shouldn't be in this, but there's only one that I could justify, but really we're paying for it with other funds, and we can reimburse from these And those costs went up more than what we had in the last impact, so we were short. Because we bid it in today's dollar instead of 2017 dollars.
So I agree with Councilman Coates. I mean, the first home I built, I paid a total of, which was close to 30 years ago, I paid a total of $4,000, under $4,000 for every, all my impact fees. And it's increased, and I really hate that long walk to the city to give them that check. But the thing is, we as a city have a responsibility to prepare for the projected growth and, and to have infrastructure in place so that that projected growth can happen. And as Councilman Coates said, we don't want any of this burden of new growth to fall on our existing residents. My parents, for instance, have lived here forever. They're on a fixed income. I don't want them to bear any of the burden of new growth cost. And so even though nobody in the building industry wants to pay another, $2,300 or whatever, building costs to build a home have doubled since 2017, probably. And so I think that we're just catching up to it. And, nobody wants to pay this, but as Councilman Coates said, it is what it is. We've got to prepare for, the growth that's going to come. And so it's a hard pill to swallow, but I think we've got to do it. So,
Council, we've had great opportunity to visit with Lester and our staff. This discussion is going to continue. Mayor Staley, when he gets back, will outline how this discussion will continue. It's very important that all of our questions are answered. I feel like today was a great conversation. We appreciate Sunrise being here and Lester for your work on this, as well as Blake Fonsbeck, our director at the Public Works. We know it's difficult because anytime you talk about increasing anything, that gives us all a great amount of angst to do that. But we have to keep in mind that the water needs to keep flowing. So to do that, it's going to have to at some point. So anyway, Council, if there's any other final comments you'd like to make, if not, we'll play this forward when Mayor Staley gets back and determines how he'd like to have our next discussion, if that's all right.
So the only comment I have is I want an even number, whatever it is. I'm not paying 47.41 and 98 cents. Like, just that's for the council. We can just make an even number, whatever it is, and move forward. And 1 cent.
Okay, you got your marching orders. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Our next workshop agenda item is we're going to do RAP tax application reviews. It has become very evident through discussions that the council has had and staff has had that still for some, at least at some point, some of our residents are still just a little bit unclear about RAP, what RAP is and how it works, how it's administrated. So I prepared just a brief outline, and then our city manager, Jeremy Redd, is going to present something before we have applicants come up and present. So recreational arts and parks, or RAP tax, is 0.1%, which is 1/10 of 1%, or 1 penny for every $10 spent in the county. The fund is distributed between 15 municipalities throughout the county. The first 15% is set aside by the county to be used countywide. The remaining 85% of the fund is appropriated based on a formula that considers both the community population and point of sale purchases that contribute to the local economy at 33%, and then the population at 67%. So that's how that formula breaks down. Tourism tax dollars accounts for 1/3 of RAP tax fund allocations. The county initiated RAP tax, and the county initiated this RAP tax, but it will sunset in 2025 and will need to be reapproved by voters in the county, countywide, to be reinitiated after that. Washington City currently has $2.158 million in available RAP tax funds. Of that amount, $893,000 has been committed by the council for cultural facilities and arts, leaving about 1.2 uncommitted and available. Priority consideration, in my estimation, should be directly benefited to Washington City residents. first. Once grants are issued, we would ask that credit be given to the city in publications, banners, news, and internet to give credit to the citizens of Washington City for whatever those contributions are. Mr. Red, you've got something you'd like to present.
Sure, thank you. I think you covered it very well, but I'll add a couple of little details maybe. The 0.1% equates to 1 cent on every $10 purchased, and it excludes most grocery sales, which is kind of an interesting thing. A lot of these additional taxes do. One other thing that I looked at, when this was enacted by the residents in 2014, the council in 2015 put together a resolution on how they wanted to handle RAP tax. And it was an interesting read. I hadn't been through it before, but the way that they laid it out is that they wanted to spend the money for projects for Washington City as allocated in the budget by the city council. And we've seen that happen from time to time. But I think that that's something for us to look at in the future. What projects do we have citywide that we intend to fund with this? We've built up a little bit of a surplus, and we have a lot of needs. So we'll look at that in the next budget cycle. And then if there are surplus funds, they can be spent by an agreement of the council or by application process twice a year, which is why we're here tonight. They kind of mirrored what Councilman Ivey said. They wanted to see the businesses located in Washington or have a significant sales tax benefit to Washington City. And then I would mention that they have to produce a report, and our applicants have done a really good job producing those reports. Shelley collects those, and I sent you a little bit of an overview that she put together of the last couple of years. And then as Councilman Ivey recognized, in 2019, the city decided to allocate 35% of the tax that's received to cultural facilities, and he gave you that number. So other than that, we did give you a little bit of a breakdown in the briefing document of the yearly budgets by community. We had somebody ask for that. So just for reference, Washington City brings in about $540,000 a year. St. George, a little over $3 million. Shows you the difference in sales tax receipts. Hurricane City, $460,000. Santa Clara and Ivins were both right around $160,000 each. So that's my report, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That just gives you a little bit of background of what RAP is and how it's distributed and how the intended use should be. So we have 6 applicants tonight. This is your opportunity to come and present to the council on why we should give these RAP funds for your cause. It's very important to know how it benefits the residents of Washington City and how not only will it benefit us, but our visitors here as well. That's a major part of our community as well. So it's listed here that you have 2 minutes each. If you need longer than that, we do have some time. Don't want you to feel rushed, but then the council will be able to ask questions. But just remember that we won't be voting on anything in the workshop. That this will actually come back in our regular council meeting that begins at 6 o'clock. Each application will be reviewed by the council, and motions will be made as to how much, if any, funds should be distributed. So the first one that we have is Broadway Bound, Washington. Their representative would come up and just state your name, if you would, and who you represent, and then jump right in.
All right, my name is Hillary Ostis. I am a volunteer over at Broadway Bound Washington City Center for Music and Theater. We're just around the corner at the next to Rolly's Red Barn, and we have been in the Washington City location for 3 years now. But we are celebrating our 10 years of children's musical theater in Southern Utah. It started out as a little girl, 11-year-old's dream of having a children's theater here in St. George, whereas before that time there wasn't anything.
Did you say here in St. George?
No, we're in Washington City by the Rolly's Red Barn.
Okay.
But we did start out in St. George, but 3 years ago in 2020 is when we moved into our location and took over the lease over that Brigham's Playhouse used to have. Like I said, this is our 10-year anniversary, and it's okay, I'm gonna hand this to you. We have done dozens of shows over the last 10 years. Each year, we provide 15 to 18 productions. So Broadway Bound's niche, or what I like to think about Broadway Bound is that we are the rec league of musical theater. It's the opportunity for kids to come in and get a theater exposure in 2 or 3 weeks. They can put on a show, and they can put it in between vacation times or between sport seasons, where they can come and find a time where they can be part of a show. And it's been fantastic. I mean, my family's been blessed by it. I know thousands of kids in our community here have been blessed by being part of theater. Children's theater fills an important niche in our community. It gives kids another avenue to learn teamwork, build friendships, lead, problem solve, strengthen work ethic, prove reliability, and much more. I grew up playing sports, but also I dabbed a little bit into theater, and the skills are very transferable. We have kids that come in and are really, really shy and have a hard time auditioning, but we have a no-cut audition process. So everyone, the audition is in the show. And when they start out, they're in the ensemble, they're really small and little and cute. And then they come back time and time again. We have an 85% return rate, and they come back, and the next time they're even more confident. I've got a cute little 9-year-old now who, when he went to first grade, he was so shy, he couldn't even talk to his teacher. And I was telling her this summer, he's now going to 4th grade, and I said, he was tap dancing on stage, and she's like, whoa, the same kid? And it's amazing to see the growth that they have when they are participating in these programs. So like I said, Broadway Bound really impacts thousands of youth in our community. We, not only in Washington City, but throughout all of Washington County, but the families that do come from Washington County, they bring their children here, they frequent the stores, they go to the restaurants before and after the shows. So they're participating in the tax benefit to Washington City. We also have a scholarship program, which we don't deny anyone an opportunity to participate, which is unique to our program. We want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to have a chance to shine on stage and get those skills. So tonight we're asking for help with 3 of the things that are vital for our program to continue. We have an old analog sound mixer, which, as you know, technology improves and increases. This one is years and years old. We inherited it from Brigham's Playhouse, and it's not compatible with the new technology. So as we have microphones that the kids use break, it's hard to find replacements for it. So we're asking for help in with purchasing a new sound mixer. We also have a storage unit here in Washington City where we keep a lot of our sets and props, and we are hoping to get some help with getting a new storage trailers to help transport those items. And then lastly, we, as everything has gone up with inflation, our rent has also increased. And our rent is our biggest cost as Broadway Bound. And so we are asking for help with the increased inflation cost for a rental assistance of $1,200 a month. And in return, obviously, we are very grateful for the assistance we've received in the past. We've put that towards scholarships, and a lot of the kids have been blessed by that. We hope that everyone will benefit by hearing the great sound we have from the new sound mixer. We won't have mics popping, and it's just a better experience for everyone. We will plan to put the Washington City Rap Tax logo on our new trailer. We'll have the logo on our website, continue to have it on our website and in our programs. We also, because it's our 10-year anniversary, we are putting together an anniversary tile wall that will just be in the Brigham, our playhouse, that shows the Washington City Rap Tax logo as well. So, and then of course we will be continuing to say that the Rap Tax is something that sponsors Broadway Bound for each of our performances. So.
Thank you. You did great. You wasn't nervous at all.
Not at all.
Council, any clarifying questions that you have?
How many scholarships do you provide?
So we have between 40 and 70 kids that participate in each production, and about 8 to 10 are on scholarship for each session.
How much is like the normal, you know, if I were to bring a child or, you know, a grandkid or something over there, how much are the dues to participate?
So our production fees for our junior productions are $125, which is the lowest in the community. And we really do try to keep the performance fees low so that more families can participate. We know that it costs money to raise a family, and a lot of people have a lot of kids. So we try to keep that low. So it's $125 for our junior shows, and then our kid productions, it's $100.
So is that monthly or
So
per show?
That's per show. So for example, right now we are doing Jungle Book Kids, and we have 3 sessions, and each participant pays $100 for the 2-week camp. So they're at our facility from 10, for 2 hours, from 10 to 12. We'll be teaching them the show, but then also when they're not being needed to be taught like the choreography or the acting for that piece, then they're downstairs learning other skills or doing activities, so that they're there for the 10 to 12 for the 2 weeks.
How many productions do you do in a year?
So 15 to 18. Yeah.
And then I appreciate that you're located in Washington City. Do you just have maybe a guess of what percentage of your kids are from Washington?
I knew you were going to ask me that, and
I mean,
I don't, but I do know that. So when we were in St. George, more of our kids that were participating were more from Santa Clara and Ivans. And now that we've been over here, it's been definitely more Washington City and Little Valley, more this area. We still have repeats coming farther away, but it's definitely more. If I were to guess, I'd say at least a third, but maybe more.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Well, we appreciate you coming and sharing, appreciate what you do there.
I
and,
have one more question,
oh,
if
I
that's all right.
apologize. I apologize.
How much does the sound mixer cost?
So a sound mixer is $4,000 to $6,000, but we're asking just for a portion of that.
And what was the portion you're asking for the sound mixer?
You're gonna ask that too, but I don't know. I don't have that number in front of me.
How about the storage unit, the trailer that you're looking for? Is it a trailer or is it like a container trailer?
So it's just like a covered trailer so that we can move our props and sets in. Because currently what we're doing is we're loading up pickup trucks and minivans and making multiple trips to the storage unit. And again, I don't have that number. I'm so sorry. The only number I have is that the rent is $1,200 more a month. And I know that we're asking for $2,100. So those are the 2 things that I do know.
So the other 2 things better not cost over 7.
Yes.
Anything else, council?
You're asking for 21.2 is what's on our packet.
Yes.
And in the past, your group, even though you had a different name, the city has given $125,150.
Correct. So when we started back in 2020, I believe the council gave help for rent for the first year.
First year.
Mm-hmm.
And then last time you came back, it was for scholarships.
Correct.
So I don't know how you want to approach this, Mayor Pro Tem, but I have comments on this, but I want time for everyone to get through their things.
We'll have plenty of time in our regular meeting where we can discuss them ourselves, and if we need to ask clarifying questions, we can bring them
And
up.
I think I'll hold off, but I definitely I have some
I will find out
qualifying
the
questions.
answer to both of those questions
And
before the
you
meeting
bet.
tonight.
And that
How's that?
sounds like something that'll help us, so.
Councilman, we will give you every opportunity to answer all your questions before
Thank
we
you.
make any decisions. Thank you so much. Our next applicant is Red Rock Music Association.
Good afternoon, council. It's good to see you all again. I'm Bob Fox, and I represent the Red Rock Music Association. Excuse me. I just got back from Paraguay on a music mission trip, and my voice is a little weak, so forgive me. For this application season, I'm asking for $6,000 to start a new program and to bolster some others. And so some of that is ongoing regular administrative cost that the association has, like websites and advertising and things of that nature, insurance. In addition to that, though, let me start with this. Where I came from in Southern California, it's not unusual to have what they call rehearsal bands or sight reading bands. And a lot of times those are professionals, and they meet at the Music Union building just to get together and play. And this year, as my past years here in Utah, at summertime, everything kind of shuts down, everybody goes on vacation. And the problem is musicians, they need a place to play to kind of keep up with everything and to keep their chops up and whatnot. But we're not really performing. And so how do I make that happen? And I thought a sight reading band. And not only for adults, but also for kids, because kids, they're not playing at school either. And so I'd like to start a sight reading band, which will require me to buy music for those bands. But also for high school age kids, my idea is to try to hire, if you will, a high school music teacher to come in and do that for a couple of reasons. First of all, that person's already been vetted, they've been fingerprinted, they're already working in the schools, and so I won't have to worry about that. But to pay them for their time, which would be about 2 hours once a week for each rehearsal. And so I wanted to do that as well. The adult band, I would run it myself through the summer. And so that's one of the costs. The other cost that I've identified, and it's an issue that I have, is we have websites for the Red Rock Jazz Orchestra, and I have a website for Celebration Rock Band. And those are flying under the banner of Red Rock Music Association. But I'm having difficulty, because I'm not a technical kind of person, to run those websites. I don't do it enough, and every time I have to go up and change something, it takes me 3 hours to figure out how to move a picture, on a website. So I wanted to hire a professional company to come in and do a website for the association that we could tie links then to the other websites as well. And so some of that cost is built into the request that I have as well. I just want to say that, and I know you know this, but just to bring it to your attention at the forefront, is as Washington, and not only the city but the county, is growing so fast, one of the things that I've noticed is that the musicians are moving into town, and they need a place to play, and they need a place to perform. And I've seen it in my bands, I've seen it in the Washington City Concert Band as well. And so I think it's really important to provide those new citizens, those new residents, places to play and perform that are musicians. And so I really appreciate everything that Washington City has done for us, providing us rehearsal space, providing us with the funds we needed to get off on our feet. And I just look forward to future things that we can do in this region. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Council, anything you'd like from Mr. Fox?
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure.
Have you applied for any money from any other cities, or?
I've applied not from cities. I've applied for money from the county.
From the county? Okay, all right. Let me ask you, so it looks like you've received $9,500 in the past. At least that's what we have in our notes, is that correct? And most of the lion's share of that, I think, went to equipment, if I remember right.
It did.
What equipment did you purchase that you have? Is it mostly just like a sound system? Is that what
a complete sound system that we can use? It can be expanded or brought down. I can go all the way out to 32 microphones if I need to. But with a big band, the most I would need is probably about 20.
Okay.
But that's what the lion's share of those expenses were. About $8,000 of that was in fact for the sound system.
Sound system. How many times have you set up for events in Washington since? So it's been probably, what, 2 years since you've been coming to get,
Mhm.
you know, some funds from the RAP tax?
I think probably 3 times in the city itself. And then we've also loaned it to some of it to the concert band as well.
Okay. How many times have you loaned it to the concert band, do you think?
I think once.
Once,
Yeah.
okay. So,
They had an outdoor concert and we provided some stuff for them for that.
okay, thank you.
We appreciate you coming and presenting.
Okay.
Stick
Can I,
around.
can I ask some questions? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I know you're trying to get this through everyone, but I'm just curious, how much money have you invested into your organization? Do you have an idea?
How much money have I personally invested?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of hard I really haven't kept track, but I would say it's been a significant amount of money. I mean, not a significant, but I do, running the organization, I'm always buying stuff, paying for stuff out of my own pocket. And I think probably in my taxes, I probably, over the last 2 years, have claimed about $1,000 probably.
And then how much did you say that you got from the county? How much money?
I wish I would have brought that with me. I think for the county, we got $3,000. What I can do is I can send you that amount so that I don't mislead you, but I can find out and offer or give that information to you.
And if you can get that information before the next meeting, we might give you, if you would like to share it then, we can.
The meeting coming up at 6? Okay.
So I just have one quick question. We have the Washington City Band and then we have the Red Rock Music Association. You're both bands. What's the big difference between your bands besides they're just different organizations?
The Washington City Concert Band is a more of a classical type of music. They play concert band music. The Red Rock Jazz Orchestra, which we support, plays jazz. We play swing, we play Michael Bublé, Frank Sinatra, Ella Fitzgerald, and then some big band like Stan Kenton and Count Basie as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, appreciate you coming. Our next applicant is Stefano Otera. I hope I said that right, I've been practicing.
That was impressive.
Thank
I've
you.
read it like 7 times.
slide if I'm able to.
And if you'll just share your name. Share your name and then you'll be ready to go.
My name is Malia Elena Tafua. I am the CEO and creative director for Stefano Otera, which is a certified 501c3 organization here in Washington City. We're a cultural and performing arts organization. And I hope you don't mind, but I do have a little bit that I want to read out to you because I don't want to miss anything as I present my organization to each of you today. Stefano Otera is a unique organization whereas we not only share the beauty of performing arts, but we share the beauty of cultural arts through creative movement and language. Mental and physical health have become a growing issue in our culture and society. Through the pandemic, individuals have expressed their concerns regarding the pressure of social interaction and how it relates to their physical insecurities. Our goal is to keep the youth, young adults, and adults active, thriving, and happy while working on building self-esteem and confidence. We've learned that physical activity can improve mental health by decreasing and preventing conditions such as anxiety and depression, as well as improving mood and other aspects of well-being. By participating in cultural learning and being exposed to different forms of art, individuals broaden the ways in which each can express themselves. It frees and opens up a way of thinking, so even if you're not actively creating art, your ability to convey information, communicate with others is enriched. That's a little bit about our culture, or about our organization. Our mission is to provide affordable classes and performance opportunities regardless of financial or social status. We do this by applying for grants such as the RAP tax, conducting studio fundraisers, and for in-kind donations. I have parents in my studio that have enrolled all of their kids. We have a family of 8, the father all the way down to the 3-year-old. dances, and the only one not included is the baby. But with all of that, parents enroll their kids so that they can develop a hobby, work on building their talents, make new friends, and commit to a goal. Since our opening, no family or students have been turned away due to financial situations, and all of our students are welcome to perform at any of our upcoming performances, even if they cannot afford costumes.
Nice. A couple more minutes.
There, okay. So this is truly what Te Whanau Tera is all about. We are a family within families. And I'm just going over the foundation of it. I'm fourth generation teacher. My great grandparents were teachers. They actually were teachers at the Polynesian Cultural Center when it first opened. My grandfather was a chief, and my grandmother was a teacher for the Polynesian Night Show, and it continued on to me. And I'm hoping to continue that on to the next generation of kids. We moved here to Washington City last year. It's been a little bit difficult finding a venue or a home for our studio because we are loud, but not loud in a negative way. We incorporate drums and music and singing, and we dance. And I don't know if you guys know what the haka is. Well, we don't whisper the haka. But
You shouldn't whisper
no,
the
we
haka.
don't whisper the haka. But what I'm trying, our studio is opened in the evening, so it doesn't disrupt any businesses open between 8 and 5. But when you come into our studio, I want my kids to be able to feel free in creating and expressing themselves and enjoying themselves. So, this is our I call them my dream team. Again, I'm the CEO, and then you have everybody on the board of directors and board members. We are all volunteers. None of us get paid. Our tuition is extremely low because everything that we generate through fundraisers go back into the studio, back into providing costumes for our students. We offer scholarships. I call it the 3 A's: academics, arts, and athletics. Those are the 3 things that really motivate our youth. So before every summer fundraiser, students have the opportunity to submit applications and essays expressing how much they love arts, academics, or athletics. And we've offered 3 scholarships, and there's no age limit. So there are any student between the age of 5 to, and our oldest is 70 plus, she's our golden student, can apply for scholarships. Our academic scholarship went to a mother who is receiving her master's at SUU. Our athletic scholarship went to a young man who is in the junior ROTC, but is an amazing rugby player, and his mom has 4 kids that dance with us. And our arts went to, her name is Krista Stevenson. She is an author, and she just published her first book. So we really do emphasize, we are going to keep our tuition low, and it's $35 a month for our students. And right now it's twice a week, 45 minutes a week per class.
That's great. Let's jump right in there and see.
And this is our community involvement, just kind of throwing that out there. Since the start, we became a nonprofit in 2020. Since the start, I've tried to push our group out there to every event that we could do, from the art festival to their favorite, the Dickens Festival. And that is a little bit about our
We
organization.
appreciate that. Well done. Appreciate the PowerPoint.
Thank you.
Can I ask about your scholarships? You said
Sure.
it was, you have 3 scholarships you provide. Is that monthly or is that yearly?
No,
Is that,
so we actually offer more scholarships. What we offer families that have multiple children, same process, they still have to submit an application. And I'm not on the board to score or read through that. I'm not on the board. It's the board members and a few of the family or parents that are on that board. So they read through every application, and if financial assistance is needed, then we offer it to them regardless. And our scholarships include, we offer them different options. Can you pay for one and then we'll exclude the other? Or do you really need the scholarship for the entire semester? The other 3 that I was talking about, those are once a year. And we do those right before our summer production. And in our summer production, it's a fundraiser for the group, but a portion of that goes towards the scholarships. And this time around, We were able to give about 500 per scholarship for those three, so 1,500 altogether.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We appreciate you presenting that to us.
Thank you.
If we have any additional questions, we'll call you up during the regular meeting.
I have to go teach. I appreciate, I don't have a substitute to teach my classes because I teach in the evenings. If there's anything else that I can answer, I'm happy to answer any other time. I'm sorry.
Can we hear them from here in our meeting? Do you think they'd be
You know
loud
where the
enough that we can hear them?
Dominoes-
Yes.
The Dominoes were right behind that were the old martial arts.
Okay.
Luckily, we were able to get a space and be able to drum.
So tell them to do it loud enough that we can hear them in our meeting.
You're more than welcome to come. We can perform any time. You're more than welcome to come.
I was
take you up on
unclear about what you wanted to expend the money on exactly.
So what we're hoping to do is we're asking for 3,000 to help us cover rent and utilities. We every year try our best to divvy out any grants or kind of spread that out throughout the year so that we do not ever have to increase tuition. And we have not increased tuition since I started teaching in 2017 up until now. It's been $35 a month. So if we receive grants, which we have last year, we received a grant from the State of Utah Arts Division, and we spread that out as much as we could. We're hoping that if we get the 3,000, because we pay $1,500 a month right now for rent, and our utilities are about $350, maybe $400, depending on how long we're in the studio. We want to divvy that out for the rest of the year, hopefully up until a little bit next year.
So, but you're requesting 5. What's the other 2 going to?
We're still gonna, because we teach all year. We don't stop teaching. We have summer classes. We divvy it up into semesters and sessions, but we don't close our studio.
Yeah, but my question is, you said you wanted to spend 3,000 for rent and utilities. What's the other 2 being allocated
We would use it for the rest of the fiscal year. So right now we're thinking from now into December. If we received any more funding, we would trickle that into January, February until the end. So our fiscal year is from July to June. And we're hoping that if we do get a grant from Washington City, that we can add a little bit more to each month, if that makes sense, instead of trying to condense it into now into December, that we can spread it out throughout the rest of the fiscal year.
So the $5,000 will be used for rent and utilities?
Yes. Again, we're not the staff that you saw. We're all volunteers. Everything goes back into the studio and back into the students.
Thank you.
Thank you so
We
much. I
appreciate
appreciate
you
it.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Tuacahn Center for the Arts. Our friend Kevin, I believe, is here.
Thank you. First off, if it's okay, as my visual, if you will, I have our 25th anniversary book. Is it okay to hand that out to the folks here? Okay, appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank you as a council for many of you have met with me and responded to emails and just kind of coach Tuacahn and me in particular as we approach the city for these important RAP funds. I also want to say thank you from a personal standpoint, because in my personal life, I'm wanting to maybe be able to be a part of what some of you are doing. So any advice you have for me, and I've sent you emails about that, I'd love to get that. So, and don't tell me don't do it, because it's too late for that.
Do it, just do it in other cities.
But
So we don't have
so I have
competition.
great respect for what you guys have already been through to sit in the seats that you are and the decisions you have to make. I want to say first off that Tuacahn Center for the Arts started because of generous people like Hiram and Gail Smith. If you turn to 58 in that book, page 58, you all know Hiram and Gail Smith. Gail Smith wanted to be here, but she's tending grandkids out of the area, couldn't make it. She was, as you know, I believe the Grand Marshal for the parade this year. She's born and raised in Washington, and she loves Washington first and foremost, but she loves Tuacahn, and she contributed what we think, her and Hiram contributed the largest single contribution to an arts organization in the history of Utah, $23 million. And there was a bunch of interest that we never could pay them for money that was borrowed that really pushes it up to 30 million. So they have been very generous to give us this asset in our community. We're able to bring professional theater to our community, so you don't have to fly to New York or Los Angeles or Chicago to go see the same caliber of theater. We're also able to bring concerts here, and I made a list of just some of the recent ones we've had. For those of you who, not everybody's into musical theater, I get that, but we all can enjoy a concert. Just in the last year, we've had America, REO Speedwagon, Three Dog Night, Night Ranger, Air Supply, Lindsey Sterling, Lee Bryce, Jeff Foxworthy, the comedian, Jay Leno, Bill Engvall, Ryan Hamilton. We have Styx, Andy Grammer, Josh Turner, Gentry, Martina McBride, Foreigner, Frankie Valli, and the comedian Brian Regan still coming this year. So we're able to bring these professional productions because we have this wonderful place called Tuacahn nestled in those Red Rocks. So how does it benefit Washington? Well, first of all, we have over 11,500 residents who come to see theater and see shows at Tuacahn. And I just want to read this about the economic impact. Economically, Washington City businesses benefit from Tuacahn because of the hundreds of thousands of visitors we attract to see shows and concerts. Tuacahn patrons stay in Washington City hotels and short-term rentals, including the Marriott Spring Hill Inn and Suites. They eat at restaurants like In-N-Out Burger, spend money at retail stores, including Walmart, and stop at popular gas stations like Maverick. With 65% of our 350,000 ticket buyers coming from outside of the county each year, this just generates an estimated $110 million in economic impact annually, and that's a number that comes from the county. Washington City benefits by receiving tens of thousands of dollars in taxes coming from tourism spending that's generated by Tuacahn visitors. We genuinely care about all Washington County citizens and believe Washington City is a huge part of what we do. Our longtime marketing director and more than a dozen of other employees are residents of Washington City. In fact, our marketing director wanted me, and I'd be remiss if I didn't share that they've set aside a day that they've already done outside of my prompting to give Washington City residents 2 nights to come and see the shows at a 50% discount. And they work very hard to get citizens from every city to feel like they're part of the Tuacahn family. We have supported many Washington City events and causes, including the Mayor's Cup Invitational Golf Tournament and the Washington City 24th of July Parade. We donated to Broadway Bound Washington City Center for Music and Theater and offered technical equipment to them and formerly the Brigham Playhouse. We are a valued member of the Washington Area Chamber of Commerce and have a great relationship with them. We also offer citizens of Washington City a 20% local discount on Monday through Thursday showings, benefiting more than 10,000 patrons each year from Washington City. Tuacahn's mission is to edify and inspire the human spirit through professional world-class family entertainment and an unparalleled artistic and educational experience that matches the majesty of the canyon. At Tuacahn, we don't apologize for supporting families in our artistic offerings, even as there are fewer arts organizations that openly promote family entertainment. We are grateful for the opportunity to partner with Washington City and other local governments to provide quality family entertainment that will inspire and enhance the quality of life in our area. And just thank you again for the opportunity. You probably have questions about this seating. Did they get the handouts that we included? One thing I want to say, some of the feedback I got from some of you is that our ticket prices keep going up. One of the things that by adding seats, it will help us not have to raise ticket prices because we're now able to sell more tickets. So it's really the gift that keeps on giving. We have tremendous support from the state of Utah, our own county, Ivins City, and other cities. And we believe that, and none of the money gets spent unless we build it. Well, the great thing is, with the great relationship we have with Disney, next year we're gonna be the first in the country. Think of all the theaters that are out there. We're the first to get Disney's Frozen. We want to have these seats built because we'll sell them out. So our goal is to start in November to build the additional seats. It'll be 425 additional seats in time to have Frozen so we can capitalize on that additional revenue. So it really will be the gift that keeps on giving because year after year we'll have that benefit of these additional seats. Any questions?
That was a great presentation, Kevin. We do have 2 more presentations and only 10 minutes, but I'm sure if the council has questions in our regular council meeting, will you be able to be here?
I will, you bet.
And maybe we'll give them some time to think of some questions between now and then, but
okay.
We appreciate you and your presentation.
You bet.
Very
Thank
well
you.
done.
Appreciate it, thanks.
Our next applicant is Washington City Concert Band. I think Mrs. Lang is here to present with others from her acclaimed band.
Yes. So I am Sarah Lang. You guys hopefully remember me. This is Linda Parker. She is our secretary, and she's been helping me a lot behind the scenes. So also I was planning on being really late, so I asked her to come in just in case. Basically, Washington City Concert Band, located right here in Washington City. We started in 2014 with, I think, about 12 members, and we currently have over 50. We rehearse here in Washington City, and as often as we can, we try to perform here, but it is difficult. There is not much performance space in this county available for a band our size. That is another difference between us and Red Rock Jazz Band. We're much bigger. Part of that is we invite anybody with beginning level band as an adult to advance to come join us. We do not have an audition process, and everybody is welcome. We ask our members to pay dues, but we do not let that exclude them. So if they cannot pay, we have them come anyway. That helps us pay for music and any types of cost associated with renting facilities to perform in. And I think we did a survey with our membership last year at the beginning of last season, and about 35% of our members live in Washington City. We range in age from, I think last year we had a student from Japan who was in a private school that didn't have a band, so she joined us. So we had, I think she was 16, all the way up to probably 70s or 80s. Yeah, there's everybody, and it's good for you. So music is great. So let's see, and then on to the rap tax stuff. I'm gonna let Linda handle all of that.
Along with our growth, what we're having is more music, because new music keeps the audience involved, it keeps our musicians involved. No one wants to play the same piece again and again. But because we don't have a dedicated space just to us with storage facility, we have our music spread through 3 different members' houses, at least 3 houses. We have equipment, we have some sound equipment and some percussion equipment that is conveniently located in Sarah's living room. Also, in the back of her car, it just drives around with her, which is not secure. It's not healthy for those instruments either, for those temperature changes. So we just need to get more organized as we grow, because we are growing in numbers of membership as well as our audience. We're now 200-300 per concert. The last one, we were out at Sunrise Park for the dedication, which was really fun to be outside and interact with the community. A lot of families came to that, and it was exposure for us and for the city itself. So what we would like to do is rent a environmentally controlled space, gather all our music from around the city, take the instruments, take the equipment, whatever Sarah has in her house, and put it in one central location so that I have access, other members have access. It's not all dependent on her to get that equipment, that music to practice, rehearsal, performance. We would get a couple file cabinets for our music, because again, we're increasing our music, and that's important to keep that in good condition, not lose pieces, not have anything destroyed. So we thank you for your last years of support. We rehearse in the old gym, which we just did some acoustic panels up there. Thank you very much for that. And while it doesn't seem like a big deal to us musicians, it's a big deal. We can tell the difference when we play. So it's exciting to have that up and working for us.
So I just want to thank you for, you've always been very diligent and not asking for more than what you need. And I appreciate that from your group, is you're like, this is just what we need, the bare minimum. And sometimes you've just been honest, because you've always asked for small amounts. And so I just appreciate that. And so I appreciate you telling us that you're looking to kind of get some space. That makes sense. When I looked at operating funds, I'm like, you need $3,500 for operating funds? I mean, but you've always been good about what you're doing, but I understand what you're looking to help cover some of those costs of those things.
Yeah. Our biggest problem would come if we have to pay for our performance space. Generally, Pine View is very, very good to us and will donate that space. But if we can't get Pine View, then we do have to pay sometimes the other schools for that.
Right now, we won't get Pine View in November, for our concert in November. They've already told us we won't be able to get it.
Well, we have park space open today outside. If you, I'm
And
just-
you can control the weather, we are in.
No, I'm just saying, like, at 110, we have all the park space you need.
So we'll run the sprinklers as well.
Yeah.
No, I agree with Councilman Coates. We're very proud of the Washington our performance band. It's always been a bright spot, and everyone that talks about it, it's fun for us to be able to share our pride with them as well. So council, we know these guys. Have any follow-up questions or think we're okay?
I think I'll have some in the next meeting, but
So will you
Bugging
ladies,
and interrupting, asking questions.
so will you ladies be able to be here for the regular meeting? In case the council might have some questions. If not, then we can just proceed to the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for being here. So our last application is Washington City Youth Council. Council, it doesn't look like we have anyone here to present to that item. Is there any discussion that you'd like to have at this point? No? Okay. All right, well, that concludes our workshop meeting agenda items. We will now adjourn until 6 o'clock, where we will have our regular council meeting. Council, motion to adjourn, please.
so moved.
Councilman Coates, second by Councilwoman Casperson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. City Council meeting, July 26, 2023. Public notice is hereby given that the Washington City Council will hold a public electronic regular meeting, July 26, 2023 at 6 p.m. We're in the council chambers of the Washington City offices here in beautiful Washington City, Utah. The meeting is also being broadcast via YouTube, and we welcome all those at home that are listening in as well. I'd like to excuse Mayor Staley. Our good mayor is out of town, and we wish him safe travels and a quick return. Tonight, our invocation will be given by Reverend Joyce DeTony Hill with the Shepherd of the Hills United Methodist Church. And I imagine you're probably with the Interfaith Council as well. We appreciate you being here. We have a council member that represents us on that, so we appreciate you.
Are you ready?
Yes.
It is indeed a great honor to be here representing the Interfaith Council and to pray for you all in this meeting tonight. Let us pray. Holy One, we ask you for your blessing on this council tonight, who have been called to lead this community in which we all work and we play and recreate. Help them as leaders not to ask, how do we fix things, but what do we have to learn? What might we need to change? To whom do we need to listen? And may they see themselves as servants who serve the common good. May they respect and protect those who struggle most amongst them, us, and grant them wisdom and courage to know and do what is right and good and true. May they always be guided by the spirit of community, justice, and love. This we pray in the name of all that we hold sacred and holy, all that we hold good and right and true. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you for being here. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led tonight by veteran and longtime City of Washington resident John Olson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you and your service. Council, we have no need to go to a closed session tonight. Looking for an approval of the agenda.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda for the July 26, 2023 City Council meeting.
A motion by Councilman Coates, a second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. As far as announcements, I don't know that I have an announcement, but I would like to just share a statement of thanks for all those that helped and participated in the 24th of July celebration that we had here in Washington. We had fireworks and parades and races, and it takes a lot of volunteers to make that happen. But the thing that I'm very proud of is throughout the entire county, Washington is recognized for a couple of things. And one is we have the Veterans Day celebrations here. That means so much to so many, but we also have our celebration on the 4th of July, and then our celebration on the 24th of July is one of the best around. So just thanks for everyone that participated in that. Council, do you have any announcements or comments that you'd like to make? No, thank you. Are there any declarations of abstentions or conflicts that you'd like noted on tonight's agenda? No conflicts, thank you. So tonight we have on the consent agenda, and council, you know this, but if there's any items here that you'd like to be pulled out to have further discussion, then please feel free to make the motion to remove that item. If you just want some clarification question, we can do that without removing it.
I do have a clarification on item 4B, and it's for staff. I think it's quick, but I don't know if we need to pull it off the consent unless you want to.
4B, you say?
4B.
4B. It's up to you, Councilman. If you'd like to pull it, we can, or you can ask a quick question, whatever you prefer.
I'd like just to ask the quick question. It's to Manager Red. So this application has to do with the road. Did that road get paid? I forgot to ask you before the meeting. Did the bond get assessed?
Talking about Weatherby Way?
Yep.
It did not. We don't have confirmation that the bond has even been posted.
Then how can we approve this final plat? Because this was contingent on that.
I don't think you should. I think that because that agreement was written and sent over but not completed, it's probably not ready to go.
Then I would ask that it be pulled and we vote on that to vote on that.
Thank you.
I'm going to say a table.
Councilman, would you make that part of your motion?
Yep. I'll let you read the consent agenda.
Yes, the consent agenda for tonight. A is approval of the minutes, consideration to approve the minutes from the city council meeting for July 12th, 2023. And then B is a final plat, consideration to approve a final plat for the Desert Havens Townhomes located at 4290 South, 545 East. Councilman.
If there's no questions, I'll make a motion that we just approve the consent agenda
Just
for item A.
Councilman, just a minute. You're saying that what? So the staff review number 8 says Weatherby Way Road will be constructed as per the improvement agreement.
I know it's a condition, but I don't even want to approve it until, I'm glad we got that, but we've had so much trouble with this road and getting the bond.
What did we do with the other?
What Eldon is saying is that this one did come through and get amended and removed or amended one of the conditions. So is the staff review
It was conditioned on that application being complete, right?
The specifics of that, I'm not sure. I know we did amend the condition for the roadway to be complete. He obtained an easement for the secondary access, and we removed the roadway condition. The specifics of that agreement I can't speak on.
Wasn't that we removed it because that roadway bond was being?
No, that
Sounds like we may need to pull it.
Yes, we do. Let's go ahead and
pull it and have a discussion.
And just so the council, I'm looking to table it. So I'm just looking to table item 4B until this gets cleaned up, whatever.
They have a representative here that we may be at it. If we just
they?
pull it, yeah, if we pull it and give them a chance to speak.
let's go ahead and make a motion to that.
I'll make a
effect,
motion
and then
that we approve the consent agenda for item 4A of the minutes for 7/12, and then I would continued in my motion that we table item 4B until staff can get the roadway cleaned up.
Okay, motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
By Councilman Martinson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, aye as well, thank you. Okay, discussion for 7B. Any additional discussion that we'd like to have, or just, I know it's stated in the motion, just if you had anything else you wanted to say? No, okay, thank you.
Just to clarify, your motion was to table 4B.
My motion is to approve 4A and table 4B until we can get understanding of where we left it last time, but I thought there was still the condition of that roadway being improved, and I remember we did something different with it based on the bond was coming through, and then the bond hasn't come through for the second time now.
To our knowledge, it has not been posted and finalized, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from staff on this, on direction from, okay, thank you. Number 5 is an ordinance. This is a consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-23-09 from RA 5 to R115, and this is located at 1529 Majestic. Our city planner, Eldon Gibb, will present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Give me just one sec here. The applicant is requesting approval to change the zoning of approximately 8.12 acres located at 1529 East Majestic Drive. The requested change is from the current zoning of residential agriculture 5-acre minimum to a proposed residential 15,000 square foot minimum. The R115 request is for the purpose of developing the 8.12 acres into a residential development. This particular location has a general plan land use designation of very low density and also not yet determined. The surrounding zoning to this parcel is open space to the north and east, R115 to the south, and RA half to the west. Staff has no concerns with this proposed zone change as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on July 19th, 2023, and unanimously recommended approval of Z-23-09 for the zone change request from residential agricultural 5-acre minimum to the proposed residential 15,000 square foot minimum. And that was on to the City Council based on the following findings, and they did add a condition to obtain a copy of the trust agreement between Herman Pearson and Sandra Pearson to be brought into the city for review. I have been in contact with Sandra, and she is in agreement with this application and would like to continue with this application and stated the trust agreement is not needed for review. She's been supportive of what's being done here.
So can you explain why it was requested?
So during the Planning Commission meeting, Mrs. Pearson expressed concern that she wasn't aware of what fully was being done here. Our legal counsel discussed with her after the meeting and clarified her concerns.
So do we have that in writing?
You okay with this?
Email. Yes.
Are you ready for a motion?
Council, any other clarifying questions or questions for staff? Are we ready for a motion? Ben, we good? Yes, Councilman, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request C-23-9 from RA5 to R115 located at 1529 Majestic Drive.
Motion by Councilman Casperson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson, or excuse me, Martinson, apologize. All in favor? Oh no, let's do a roll call on this. Let's start with Councilman Martinson. Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you. So this brings us to a series of resolutions. Council, we've had a chance to review these applications that are the RAP tax applications in our workshop session tonight. If you feel like you need to hear from the applicants again, or we should just move on with discussion and motion, I'm going to leave that completely up to you. When we get to each item, if you want to have additional questions, we want to make sure we're a little bit rushed because we had that 5:30 hard stop. But let's make sure that we get all of your questions answered now. So our first.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if we just discuss RAP tax in general before we dive into each of the items?
Yes, we did in our planning, in our workshop meeting, we did have some brief instructions. Would you like those presented again?
No, I kind of want to just discuss
what the general
RAP tax, right? Okay. And it's more of, if I can, I'm looking to, and it's an open discussion with everyone here, right? Like, what is our goal with RAP tax, right? I mean, our RAP tax is to do arts, parks, and recreation, okay? And I just want to, it's kind of been loose on, I mean, I know the past council has set some guidelines that we've kind of followed. I wouldn't say we followed it 100%, which is good. I don't think this kind of stuff can ebb and flow, but the reason why I'm bringing it up is I just want to be clear with this group what we think the RAP tax should be for. I think we've done a great job with past councilwoman who set aside the what is it, 1/3, 35% of our RAP tax money, right? We have a pretty good nest egg that we're building to help build a building that can help our community. Or we're thinking about renovating some stuff to have those spaces. So I think that's been a good use. I just want to make sure we're going in the right direction. I'm concerned sometimes we're going in directions that maybe we shouldn't always go in. So I'm asking the question, what direction does each of you want to go in? Because I want to see projects that are long year projects. I'm sitting here thinking, hey, we've done these things, we've helped people out, but I don't like where we've spent money and it doesn't benefit long term. And that's kind of where I'm asking, where does the rest of you feel? Because that's where I can see if we go build a pickleball court, it's going to did the Melinda Covington statue, it was beautiful. That thing's going to be there for 100 years, if not more. So I love those things. And those are the things that I like, that I think are beneficial to the community. So I want to ask each of you what your thoughts are.
Some great comments. Would each of you like to comment on this? Councilman Martinson, would you start us, please?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. I like that direction. I like that we're looking long term. I also want to know that I want everybody to know that I want it to benefit individuals within Washington City, right? The arts, the recreation, the parks, that's what it's set aside for. And the benefit of not just the beautification of the city, but benefiting individuals and those who would not otherwise benefit from something that they couldn't do themselves. So that's what I want to see it used for, and just the betterment of the community. And I think you get down to that individual level, that personal level, and I think that's where it starts, because if that individual can't do something for themselves, but we have an opportunity to help offset that with this money that's already been set aside, not by increasing anything moving forward, but money that's already been set aside and using it for just, again, the betterment of the community, starting at the individual level.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Henderson.
You bet. So I agree with what's been said. I think it needs to benefit people from Washington City. I think it needs to benefit as many people as possible, not just a few people. Two of my favorite ones from the recent past would be the Covington statue. That's going to last 100 years or more. The other one I liked a lot was the parks one, where we set aside some money for renovations up at the baseball park. Those lights and those improvements will last for 40 years. And we know how many people use the baseball park. So that would be my main criteria. I like things that we can, look at, hold on to, things that last a long, long time. So.
Councilwoman?
I share some of the same similar comments that were made. I want to see, my priority would be to see the costs we spend on things that last and benefit Washington City community, get to as many people as we can to be able to be a benefit to Washington City residents. So that would be my priority of what I would want to focus on.
And for me, I think those are great comments. I think you touched on most of my feelings as well, but I would just add that when this was voted upon, it was a 10-year run. It's going to sunset in 2015 unless it's reapproved by the county voters. And so we have to consider that it's a possibility that these funds won't be as available in the future. One thing that I'm very proud of in our city, and that each one of you can attest to, is that we do very well with the citizens' money. We watch every penny. We make sure that it's a good value for what we get. And I think in RAP tax, it's very unique because we're asked to spend it on specific items that benefits, arts, recreation, parks, and cultural type endeavors in the city. So my thought is that we also need to realize that this just doesn't go on forever, that we need to maybe consider the fact that it could terminate. So Councilman Coast, would you like to add anything to that? I mean, you started the conversation.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate those comments. And that's kind of one of my concerns is we have a lot of applications that are asking for help for rent or help with scholarships or help with those. But like you said, we might not have the money in a few years to do that. I hope that everyone sees the benefit of it and we can help with those things. But looking at that, I'm like, we have to get these things to be able to maintain themselves as well. Or do we need to just decide, okay, they need help continuously and we have to continuous help? We need to make that decision if that's what we're going to do. I mean, we've seen one group come in early on and we gave them quite a bit of money and then it went away. And that was a lot of money that I felt like, yeah, benefited the people that did it at the time, but did it benefit long-term? No. And maybe there's a trade-off for it. So I just want to be cautious of what we do moving forward, that we're not putting these monies in things that aren't long-term, that aren't going to last. And that's just my opinion. I want to make sure that they last because I think they're great assets to our community. I just want to make sure we're being very fiscally responsible with the taxpayers' money to make sure that it goes in the right spot.
Thank you, Councilman. We appreciate those comments that were made. So just if I can give some guidance to the applicants, you heard that the council, first and foremost, would like to know how it's going to benefit our city. And if you understand the full scope of RAP tax, the 15% is administered through the county for county-wide RAP programs. So that means that we are divided among 15 municipalities, the remainder of the money. And so each municipality or town or city has the charge to benefit their city. So when you come up, please recognize that that's something the council wants to hear about. How does it benefit the citizens of Washington? And then kind of a long-term basis of how that is going to be a benefit going forward. And with that, we appreciate you listening to that. But as you can tell, this council, they do their homework. They like to take their jobs very seriously, and they're very astute at it. So it doesn't surprise me that they asked for that information. Our first applicant tonight is Washington City Center for Music and Theater, which is entitled Broadway Bound. Council, we heard them present in our workshop meeting. You're aware of the ask that they have asked. If you would like to have conversation among ourselves, feel free to do that. If you'd like the applicant to come up, I would be happy to ask them up to answer any additional questions that any of you might have.
I do have a few additional questions.
Would you like the applicant to come up, Councilman?
Yes, please.
Okay, would the representative from Broadway Bound please come up?
She brought reinforcements.
You guys are scary.
Because we were so mean to her last time.
No, you're very nice. You're very nice. We're just busy moms. We couldn't come.
I hope she got her answers we asked for. No,
I sure did.
So where do you want to start with her answering?
Should we start with that?
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, so you asked what the $21,200 would go towards. And the breakdown of that is with the rent increase that we've received, we'd asked for rental assistance. Our current rent is $5,200 a month. And that the rent increase of $1,200, that's gonna help offset the costs that we, for the fees that we have for performances. The trailer ask was for $5,600 to provide movement for our set pieces from the theater to our storage unit. And then the soundboard, the portion that we've asked for assistance is $1,200.
So basically your rent increase is going to account for 2/3 of this.
Correct.
Right around 14,000.
And honestly, like, we aren't making any money. We are volunteers of Broadway Bound. No one's getting rich over with musical theater.
So let me, and I'm going to be, I know I was I'm going to be straightforward. I wasn't for the first money we gave you guys, mostly because it was so much. I love what you do. I love how you're doing it. But one of the things that I was told is I wouldn't be back. And then you came back for scholarships, and I was like, okay, I'm good with scholarships. But then you're coming back again for rent. And I know you want to keep it low, and I do love that. But here's how I look at it.
it's for arts, parks, and rec, right? Like those are the things that we do. I see the cost. My kids aren't into the theater, but they're into soccer. My fees went up enormous, but that's what it costs to do it. And so they just had to raise them. And I know it's tough, and I'm glad we can help, but I also don't want to put, that's where I'm struggling with it. And I hope you can see that. I want to help it, but I'm struggling with the fact that next we're going to have the Little League soccer team or the Little League baseball team coming in asking for money to help pay their fees so they don't have to pay as much. And I wish we could do that for everybody. But that's why I'm saying I want long terms, right? Yes.
Hey, thanks for hearing us, by the way. I'm a teacher here in Washington County, and I currently teach theater. I got my theater education here I went to Dixie High, but I now get to teach the next generation of kids. I've worked at Broadway Bound and taught these kids. I don't think you can put a price on education. Theater, I've literally seen it save lives, literally. It gives these kids a clean, wholesome place to be. Most of these kids are not kids that do well in sports, and we need something else for them. Every other city here in Washington County has theaters that are being supported. St. George has several, Ivans, Kayenta, there's all those different theaters out there, Hurricane Valley. Washington doesn't have our own city theater or anything that's being supported, but here we get to raise our own crop of kids in this community that are thriving. I send kids from my own school over to get extra education that they can't just out of my classroom, that want to continue learning and being a part of this program. I think long-term, I know you're looking for things like a statue. I stand here as I'm a teacher now because of the instruction I was given, and I get to give back to the next group. And a lot of us, the time I give to Broadway Bound is volunteer. I'm not getting paid for that because I know what it's done for me, and I can see what it does for these kids. I've seen them light up. I've seen kids gain confidence, just even in themselves, that they'll carry through their lifetime, not just singing and dancing. It goes beyond being able to perform.
To that point, you asked what percentage of Washington City residents do benefit from Broadway Bound, and I double checked our statistics, and 60% are Washington City residents, or the children are 60% Washington, 25% Hurricane, and 15% come from St. George, Ivans, Santa Clara, those areas.
Can you tell me on the last RAP tax we provided to you, they were for scholarships, how many kids that helped, like on the fees and that?
So like I said in the previous meeting, we give about 8 to 10 scholarships per performance. Up until this year, we also gave partial tuition credits for training classes that we also received. So that equated to about 500 to 600 session of per session, and then $2,100 per month for training classes.
Okay, and that was over 12, which, because the last ask was
2021. So we did not come back last year, but because of the turn in the economy, that's why we felt like it was time, like we needed to get a little help to get back. Raised prices annually. The rec league, where everyone can participate. Like, yes, there are more specialized programs, more advanced programs in the community, but this is a program where people can get their start. And I feel like we need to keep it low enough so that for the kids and their families.
So the way I'm leaning for the council is I would rather see the money go for scholarships. It's hard for us to a sound mix or a cargo trailer. I know you need those, but I would rather put it into scholarships and be beneficial to the kids that are coming. Then I know those things are important to make it a good experience, but that's where the fees from other people can help pay, is how I look at it. I don't know how the other council, but I'm more comfortable giving scholarships than paying rent on these, but that's just me. I'll be fine with the other.
I like that. I really like what you're doing. And I like that I have a different perspective on the cargo trailer because I understood it that you were not going to have a storage unit if you get the cargo trailer. Am I correct in that thought process?
We still have a storage unit. It's to move.
Okay. Okay, so I thought it was you were getting the cargo trailer to get rid of the storage unit so you could become even a little more self-sufficient. So it takes that one away. But I've got other questions. Let me phrase them properly first.
So I appreciate what you guys are doing. I think it's important for kids to have something like this to do. My kids were all musicians. They started out in sports, but then they discovered music and went 100% in that direction. So I really appreciate the arts, and I know firsthand from my kids how it can help them develop and be a wonderful blessing in their lives. I have to agree with Councilman Coates. I don't really feel good about spending this money for a cargo trailer and those types of things, but I would feel good about spending some money for scholarships. And if we decide to, go ahead and let you walk away with some money like that, I think one of the problems I've had with RAP taxes, giving them out and stuff, is we seem to never get a really good detailed accounting of where this money went. And that's really important to me. And so if we're able to give you some money today, earmarked for scholarships only, then I would expect you to come back, next year, whenever you come back, with a real detailed accounting of those scholarships. I would feel good about using it for that. But anyway, so.
I support that as well. I like the idea of having opportunities for those that can't do this otherwise to be able to have the opportunity to do it with the, so I'd rather have the money go towards scholarships because I have seen what music does for individuals and I'm completely supportive of it. So.
Would you share a little bit about what your last year or two has been? We know that everyone is paying more now for utilities, for rent, for costumes, for thread, for music, for all those things. Would you please help the council to understand what financial barriers you might have if the money were given, but it were restricted, so that we get a very clear idea of we all very much support this. We do, but if it was our money, it would be easy, but it's not. So please just share what you feel like is relevant.
So my role at Broadway Bound as a parent volunteer is I'm the director of fundraising and sponsorships. This is our 10-year anniversary, and in conjunction with that, we had the goal to raise $10,000. We are just over halfway with that, about $5,500. And I have to say, businesses and people want to give scholarship money. Unfortunately, we have to run a business as well. And the fees that we collect, if we put all money towards scholarship, we would have to raise fees for everyone else to help cover the rent, to help cover the utilities, to help cover the costumes. The scholarships only cover the few people that need them, right? So it doesn't benefit everyone that's participating. And honestly, if that's what you want to give us, we will definitely be very grateful for that. I will not say no to scholarship money. I would like to say that because rent has increased, it's harder to make ends meet. I know the DeMills, the DeMills own Broadway Bound, and as of May, they've turned it over to us parent volunteers. They're still operating it or running it from
wherever they are at the moment.
Yes.
They're traveling the states
Remotely, thank you. That's what I was looking for,
So
remotely.
My recorder's
But
just telling
we-
me if you speak, would you speak into the mic so that, yeah, no problem.
And while Terry was here, he was subsidizing Broadway Bound with his own paycheck to make sure that it was still up and running. They unfortunately do not have that ability anymore because he's not working a full-time job anymore. He's working with his family remotely. And so he doesn't have the opportunity or ability to subsidize Broadway Bound as he has in the past. And we as parent volunteers, while we give of our time, it's difficult to ask parent volunteers to also subsidize the program.
So I appreciate that. I think it's important that we have volunteers. So a question to the council is that, do we want to subsidize this? That's the question I have. Is it something that we need to subsidize this to keep this afloat? And so that's why I asked the question is to the council, if that's our plan, then we should make it our plan. You know, one of the things we've been striving for is getting our own building so that we can help with those things, right? Like, hey, you can come do your play here, you can do your band here, you can do your stuff, but those things cost millions and millions and millions of dollars. And right now we have 800,000, Jeremy, in savings. And that might get us the land, let alone the building. And so we're working toward that as well. Also trying to, you can see we're trying to get a place, but we understand your rent goes up. It's tough.
Most of the shows like barely break even because it takes a lot in royalties and then just the equipment and things to build the sets, to costume the kids. So when the rent increases and we're barely breaking even, there's now a gap.
How much is your royalties for a year?
It depends on the show. About each show, if we're doing the junior shows, they're about $1,000 a show for each session that you do it. So every time you do, we usually do about 3 sessions. So you're looking at usually 3,000. Then extra scripts cost you $10 a script roughly. So when you barely break even and now our rent's increased, it's the difference between keeping the doors open and sending these kids with nothing to do.
Can I ask you how much, just roughly, would you have to raise your monthly, do the kids pay like a monthly dues or how does that work?
So they actually pay per session, like for
Per
the show they do.
show?
The show will be like a 2 or 3 week experience, and they pay for that.
And it's
that
like,
show.
did you say it was 120?
It's $125.
125? So if you raised it to 150, what would that do to your books? I mean, if you raised it to 150.
So even, I mean, to be honest, even with the support that we're asking for, we are actually looking at raising it to $150 because it is becoming cost prohibitive to.
So can I give you a creative way that I'm trying to help? Is if you raise your rates to 175 and Washington City scholarship $25 of that, then you can pay whatever you need to pay through your business, but our money's going to scholarships.
So the scholarships would go for all the applicants, is that what you're thinking?
Up to whatever dollar amount we had given to you. I'm trying to be creative.
That is a very creative way.
I
to do
have
it.
seen some students that when we did raise that little bit, because some families are still struggling with inflation stuff, that we have lost some students because they can't afford it.
But I think what he's saying is that it would say $150, but we would say that Washington City RAP tax pays the additional $25. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what you're hearing from me, is that you're saying accounting wise, it's
the same.
It makes me feel like, hey, it's going toward the kids.
Mhm.
And I understand you have a business to run and I don't want you to lose money, but I'm saying, okay, here's our fee.
Liking the
It's
second.
$150.
It benefits every
And then
child.
in
Yeah.
parentheses, or it's 175, in parentheses, 25 is paid for, total 150, or whatever you decide. And we're going to allocate a dollar amount, whatever we can agree upon here, if that's the direction the council likes. And then it's going to help benefit the kids. I don't know what everyone else thinks about that.
Yeah, and then the 8 to 10 that you have scholarships that you provide for per show, is that what you're saying? And so that will be another, portion of money that will be able to help go pay towards your costs, to do the productions.
And I still would hope that if there's 8 to 10 kids that need it, you would do the whole thing toward them.
Yes, that would be great. I think we could be very happy with that. That's a great idea. Thank you for helping us think outside the box.
Council, any other questions for the applicants? Any clarifying questions?
Yeah, one question, and I think we asked this when we do our budget. We asked this of several of the departments. As Mayor Pro Tem Ivy mentioned, this could sunset eventually. What happens if that were to be next year? It's just hypothetically, we know it's not, but let's say this money is not available, period, because RAP tax goes away. What is the plan to continue that long-term benefit to the community?
I can imagine is if we had to raise it even more and then see if it even worked. And I believe that was a lot. So the only thing I see happening then is we would drastically have to raise our fees and we would lose a lot of kids and families, like a lot.
So at that point, it'd become cost prohibitive for a lot of students that otherwise could be involved.
Different location, or we've been trying so long to find a new location. There's just nothing out there.
I mean, the location where we're at is an older building, and like the AC unit is pretty old, and so our utilities are fairly high. And so yes, we're excited about the building that you guys are hoping to build. We're hoping to limp along so that we can also enjoy the building, because it's harder to start over than keep a clientele.
So we are glad to have you in Washington City. We want to keep you here. And one of our goals, one of the reasons it's a little hard for us here is as a council and our mayor, one of our goals is we recognize the shortage of facilities for the arts. And one of the things we want to do is find or build or acquire or something, a place where you guys could come practice, our band can come practice, just, we really are in need of that in Washington City. And so, we hear you, but we also have to be a little careful with these funds, I mean, we're probably more careful with these funds than we are with our own personal funds, so we really recognize the value of what you're doing. And so I think we've come up with a way with, Councilman Coates kind of leading the way that we can, give you some money to help out, and we'll feel good about it, and it'll help the kids. And so anyway, we want you to know that we appreciate you very much.
And we do. Ladies, would you like to address whether or not what was proposed, if that's a way forward for you to continue successfully?
We would definitely be grateful for the scholarship money. I like the idea of it be able to impact everybody by notifying that on our website and our programs that Washington City is subsidizing our fees through scholarship for everybody, but also for those who need a full scholarship.
So one of the things that I want to just be clear is that you might not say we come in an agreement to a certain amount, but I think it might set the standard of, hey, these are our fees. This is what our fees were going to help us cover our costs. And Washington City was able to help this year, but it doesn't mean we can give it next year.
Correct.
And it might not happen because it sunsets in 2025.
Right.
So in 2 years, potentially, if it'll go out for a vote, and if it doesn't get voted on, then the tax is gone, and there's no more money, and we have what we have. I think it's going to get harder and harder to get that approved. I hope it does, because I think it's been super beneficial to a lot of people, and a lot of tourists have helped us make those monies. So I think they're good. So that's where I'm at, is that I'm comfortable if it's doing it, but you'll have to have accounting to our staff on how that's being applied.
Absolutely.
And so that we can get a report back on it. And of course we have to have receipts and everything of how we do it for our books, but now we just have to determine a number. They've proposed 21,000. I mean, is there anything else? Sorry, before I go down that road.
I
Councilwoman Casper and Councilman Ivy, do you have any more?
I think that if the discussion is over and we're ready for a motion, council, I think that's the question. Is there anything you'd like to add
I do have
before a
just
motion is on the
a
table?
quick addition if I could. I like that direction. I think it's very prudent that we ask this of you as well, is look at that long term. Two of us have mentioned this could sunset, could be gone. Well, we do have a choice with our vote, and so look at that long-term plan, look to see what that looks like and what you're going to have to do. You may have to get an accountant involved to say, hey, here's what it's going to take for us to not just break even, but a little bit more than break even, so we have that rainy day fund to help offset some of the things that come up in just the due course of business. And so that would be my recommendation as we're doing this, that you do look at that kind of the longer term, get that accountant involved for that future planning so that you know exactly what you've got coming in, exactly what you need, so that you can make this a successful nonprofit organization long term without the use of RAP funds, because again, they go away. So
Thank you.
Council, any other questions before we consider a motion?
Okay.
Councilman?
So I think if there's no other questions, it has to do with the dollar amount. And we just have a lot of applications here. And so we have to I just want to make sure it goes in the right place. And so I'm just asking, what does everyone feel comfortable with? I'm comfortable with up to 15,000, but I'm open to discussion.
You know, I guess my thoughts are, this is really one of the ventures that we really hang our hat on in Washington. And I think that if we really truly are looking to help them to move forward, you know, I'm more inclined to be closer to 20,000 with the parameters that we have set. If we really want to help more students, if that's what we're trying to do, then more money does that. I don't think that the 20 is out of the question for the benefits. Being a former teacher, I too had students that performed, would bring their stuff into classroom before school, after school practices. I understand it. In this world today, we need something that every child can hang their hat on. So just for me, I appreciate the conversation. I'm more comfortable with even being up to 20, but that's just my own personal view.
And that's where I'm at, is that either the full amount or up to the 20. The more we can give, the better, because it is going to benefit. Again, I'm about the individual, and this is going to benefit a lot of individuals that participate in this opportunity. So
I'm supportive of the 20 also, because the 8 to 10 scholarships you provide per production is close to around 20,000, and so I'm good with doing 20.
I'm good with 20 as well.
Well, then I'm good with it as well.
Councilman, would you like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the RAP tax funds for $20,000 for the Broadway Bound Washington City for scholarships.
That's a motion by Councilman Coast. We have a second.
I'll second that.
Second by Councilman Martinson. We're going to do a roll call vote, starting with Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Councilman Coates. I'm an aye as well. Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Congratulations. We love what you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here.
We appreciate it.
Okay, our next consideration tonight is to approve a resolution distributing recreation, arts, and parks tax to the Red Rock Music Association. Council, do you need to talk to the applicant, or do you want to talk among ourselves? I can ask him to come up if you would like him to come up and ask questions, or if you want to just talk among ourselves, whatever you prefer.
I do have a few questions.
Thank you. Would the representative from Red Rock please come up? Councilman Martinson has some questions to begin with.
Yep. I saved my questions because I knew we had that hard stop. So just a few kind of clarifying questions and then an ask. I think I'm going to ask the same question of of all of the applicants, but I'm going to ask that question last. So I was looking through, and maybe I just missed it, but how many events a year and maybe I was writing other notes when you mentioned this, but how many events a year do you do in Washington City and the surrounding communities?
So actually, maybe I could clarify one of the questions that I had before, where it was asked how many times we've set up the sound system. Did you ask that question? Okay. So setting up the sound system, we use it at every rehearsal. And so that's twice a month, and that kind of helps you. In addition to that, to answer your question, the Red Rock Music Association, or the Red Rock Jazz Orchestra that it supports, does somewhere between 7 to 10 performances a year. And so again, that's how many times we set that sound system up. I think one of the other questions probably kind of was getting at that is how many have the city of, in fact, that was, how many times have we performed in the city, or how many times have we set it up in the city of Washington? I think the bigger question is how much support, or how much does the city of Washington benefit? Every time a musician from Washington City performs, it doesn't matter where it is, the city is benefiting because that person gets to use their talent at that moment. That's what they want to do. They want to perform. And unfortunately, it doesn't matter which city you're in the county. If you just performed in that one city, you're only going to get a couple times a year because there's just not that many opportunities. So about 50% of our members in the band are from Washington City. And in addition to that, from time to time, we have substitutes that have to come in, and some of those are from the city as well.
How many people are in your band again?
I'm sorry?
How many people are in the band?
20.
20, okay, thank you.
And so, and when we go out, obviously, we represent the city. We say that we're supported by the city's rap tax, and so I think we're doing the city a good benefit. And again, there are just so many people moving into the county and specifically into Washington City that we're seeing musicians coming to town. They're looking for places to play, as I was when I moved into the county. And there is another big band in the county, but it's in St. George, and that's kind of locked up. And so we had all these musicians who wanted to play jazz, but they didn't have a place to play, and now they do. And we really couldn't do that without the sound system that we first purchased. And we did that in chunks over the last few years. And so maybe that answers some of your questions that we had. If I could maybe make a couple of comments. I retired from one of the largest city entities in the country. And I really appreciate, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the discussion and how you guys are thinking through this. When I first made an application, it was not very specific as to what the goals were. And you're growing in the process and you're thinking about that, and I really appreciate it. As a taxpayer, I really appreciate that. A suggestion I might have for you is that when it's coming up on application time, that the city put together a workshop for applicants so that they know what to expect and what you're expecting from them when they apply. In other words, here's some guidance from us, here's what we're looking for, here's some direction. If you're here, we're not so much in support of that, but if you're over here, we are. At least people know when they apply, and it could save a lot of time and effort. And so I just make that suggestion to you. And I do appreciate everything. The city has gone way beyond what other cities might do in support of us and just giving us a place to rehearse. Because, there's not that many places, and the schools just don't want to do that. And so I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate the work that you do. So thank you. So if there's any other questions.
So Mr. Fox, just a comment maybe. The rap tax actually is administered through the county. They have quite an extensive website that kind of details what those are. The city, our responsibility lies in how we choose to administer the funds, the process that we use. And I think that we certainly could work on preparing something. I know that we send something out with the application now, but the county website could be a great resource for you as well.
Well, I think it's not what you, what the guidelines are for, you got to be a 501c3 and all those kind of things. But really, what's your goals as a council? Just like this discussion you've had today.
Yeah.
If a workshop said, these are the kind of things we're looking at that we really want to support with our rep tax funds. Not how you qualify, but more, where are we going as a city? So that the applicants know, and maybe they will say, well, you know, maybe that's not where I need to apply. Maybe I need to go to the county.
Thank you. Councilman Martinson had a question.
Yeah, well, more of a comment. I like that idea of that. So are you suggesting like a workshop maybe in May or June that's independent of the application workshop that we just had before this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, I just
Yes.
wanted to clarify so that we can get that on record. Maybe City Manager Red will make a note for me as well on that one, and we can work towards that in the future and maybe have one in May or June so that we can just get together and have all RAP tax applicants in the room and give that idea, because I really do like that, because coming in, trying to answer questions, we do it to a lot of developers, so that's a different story.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And so I did have another, so you talked 7 to 10 events a year. Is there an eye to increasing those throughout the community, throughout the surrounding communities?
Yes and no. I'm always looking for places for us to perform. I'll say that. Being the weather that we have here, and being that a lot of the events are outside, I can't put 20 musicians outside in 115-degree weather. I can't put them outside in 45-degree weather. And we've tried it, and it's not real conducive. And so it's kind of limited by where is the location and what time of year is it if it's going to be outside. So we are always looking, and I think city staff here knows that, as far as, you know, we did play for the dance here, and we were scheduled to do the dance the year before, and it got canceled. But we're always looking for places to perform.
So to be clear, you performed here one time in Washington City?
We performed for the city at their Washington, their Sweetheart Dance in the rec center. And we've also performed at Brio a few times. Brio's in the city, right? We performed there a few times. And we performed at the county fair, at the Tuacahn, and in the surrounding cities, with other events as well. There was I think he asked how much money I'd put into the program.
I was really more interested in the county, how much money you've gotten from the county.
I looked that up. I got $3,000 from the county. But out of my own pocket, about $3,000 since we started.
Do you guys practice in the old gym or up at the rec center?
At the rec center.
Rec center, okay. And is that free, or do they charge you for it, or?
No, they do not.
Okay.
So council, any other questions for Mr. Fox? I think you can go ahead and sit down. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. Council, looking for further discussion, comments, or a motion?
So Mayor Pro Tem, I feel pretty good that we got you set up with some equipment and a place to practice. I'm kind of okay with that, you know. I don't know that I'm feeling a real urge, you know, to give out $6,000. That's just kind of where I'm at. So I kind of feel like we've been pretty generous over the last couple of years, and I think they're kind of set up pretty nicely to, you know, have a good place to practice. They've got the equipment that they need. That's kind of where I'm at, so I'm okay with, you know, just what they have so far. So
Council, any other comments?
I agree with what Council Henderson expressed.
Okay. We'd entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to make a motion that we not give the $6,000 to Red Rock Music Association.
Okay, so your motion.
This year.
Your motion is that we give $0 to Red Rock. Okay, motion by Councilman Henderson, second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Councilman Martinson. Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
And Councilman Coates.
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. Thank you. Our next consideration, resolution is consideration to approve a resolution distributing recreation, arts, and parks tax to Tuacahn Center for the Arts. Council, we did hear from Kevin from Tuacahn Center. We asked questions. I know some of our time was limited. If you would like him to come up for additional questions or anything, please just indicate it and we'll have him come up. Okay, we'd like you to come up, Kevin, if you would, please. It's not a bad thing to take some time to think between the work meeting and the regular meeting. It gives us opportunity to be able to process it a little bit and come up with some questions. So Councilwoman Casperson, we'll start off the questions.
I just wanted to be clear about, you mentioned there's a day that is it just for a specific show that you offer a 50% discount to Washington City residents? Or is that?
I'll tell you, it's for, so this is coming from our marketing department. It's 50% off tickets for August 21st to Hunchback and August 24th to Charlie. So they're two specific days. And the promo code is WASH50. I just made that public. I hope that we can only have Washington County residents see that, but it's, that's what they're sending to all of, we have over 15,000 emails from Washington County residents, and we send that to them, or Washington City residents, correct?
Also, that's how you get the information out to them, is through email. And you said that
That's
number.
one of the ways, and then we also advertise to residents here as well. I don't know all the ways they're advertising, but I know they're doing the emails.
How often do you do that, where you do 50% off to specific cities?
Well, we offer the 20% any Monday through Thursday to various cities.
Is that through the entire
That's
county?
the county, yep, 20% off if you're a county resident. And then we usually we try to do at least one for each show. We've identified these two from my marketing. I don't know if they've already done one, but I can find out. But we try to do one per show in the amphitheater.
Okay.
And he does them at the peak weather times.
Yeah. Well,
one per show, that would be one per show throughout the year, right?
yeah, it just depends, yeah. But hey, listen, your feedback on that from your citizens to you about when we do that is good with us as well.
So the feedback I would have is, I don't think I'm on your email chain, right? Like, I don't go to Tuacahn that often. I admit, like, I've gone to shows, I've enjoyed it. I think it's a great facility. I think it's beautiful, but it's not my thing, right? So I don't do it. My wife does it, I don't. So, but how do we get that information out, right? How do we inform our residents of these?
Well, we're willing to work with you in any way we can. We are limited in what we can do. I mean,
we are working with our marketing people, with David Woodcock, to come up with a way to help get that out to our residents. It's a little bit tricky, like you said. Once you put a promo code out there, then,
and I'm not saying
it's hard to limit it, but
yeah, but I'm saying, like, even with Broadway Bound, right? Like, how do we help these organizations that we're trying to help be out there?
I will tell you though that the emails usually impact more than one person. So even though they get an email, they're talking with their whole family or their extended family about it. And we get orders of 20 and 30 at a time from one email. So it does spread, but people put it on social media, it gets out there, and we also put it on social media as well, that's directed towards those Washington County residents.
So can you tell me how much money do you have from, remind me how much money you've received already in RAP tax from other entities? County, St. George City, Ivan,
Yeah,
Santa Clara.
St. George City, 25,000, and we're gonna be asking for more. We've gotten 10,000 plus 16, so 26,000 from Ivans, 10,000 from Hurricane, 10,000 or 5,000 from Santa Clara already. And we're gonna be asking for more. They have a different, you guys are really kind to have 2 times a year, and most of the rest of them do it towards the end of the year for their ask, so we have to wait.
How much from the county?
The county, we asked for this particular project.
I'm just saying RAP tax.
In RAP tax, we get $125,000 a year in RAP tax.
125, okay.
Correct. That's what we've received.
So I look at the county money as it's our money too. We just don't have a voice on how it gets spent.
Right, they have their own committee that you go to.
They have their own thing, but I look at it as our residents help pay for that. Everyone's residents, right?
Correct, yeah.
So
everybody paid for a portion of that 15% that they.
So Kevin, I really like Tuacahn. Because so much money is given to the county already and distributed to Tuacahn, I have a harder time giving money. We have here and there. And we've always said specific projects. The last project was, what was a remodel of the box? What was it?
He was building some apartments for the actors.
No, it was for sound. We were getting new microphones. Last time.
Okay, yeah, last time. But the time before was building that helped you with your production. I don't remember the exact use of it, but it was something I thought originally, but I could be wrong.
No, I think you're correct. It was the new box office with the conference center right above it. Yeah, it was for the new, and the elevator that went.
Or at least that's what you were asking for. I'm not saying,
yes,
I know
that's
we've
correct.
turned you down on some occasions.
Right, no, that was correct.
So I don't remember if it was, I think we turned down the microphones, but gave the money for the
building.
For the
That's correct.
building.
That's correct.
So, and that where it comes today, right? You're asking for more seats, which I think you're needed because you're selling a lot of seats. But I see the money came from the county that our residents already helped pay. And so that's where I'm struggling with the amount where you got St. George, who's 3 or 4 times the size of us, and they're giving you 25, and you want 25 out of Washington too.
Right, well, what we kind of committed to the city back when they didn't participate in the interlocal agreement, is we said we'd come every couple of years. And that's kind of what we've done.
Are you talking with our city?
Yeah, with
Okay.
Washington. So we've tried to make it so that if you were to average it out, it's maybe 12,500 or less per year. Because St. George City has given us $25,000 every year for 8 years. So they've been doing it every year, and same thing with all those numbers I just mentioned. So, yeah.
So the numbers that I look at when I think of Tuacahn is I think of the $110 million annually, and we're an up and coming force. We're the #1 country in the nation to start a business. We're very proud of that. We're proud of the business that we're doing here. But I also think of the 335,000 patrons that come here and visit. And, to me, again, it's not my main thing, the theater, but I relived my senior year out there during the REO concert. So that was very enjoyable. But what I would say is that, well, I've been considering whether to say this or not, but I got a text message from a friend about a week and a half ago, and they'd taken a picture of your poster that has the RAP donators listed on there. And he just sent the picture, and I'm like, what? Tuacahn, yeah, what's going on? Look who's missing, he said. And so, where we don't, we certainly feel I personally, I'll speak for myself, I certainly see Tuacahn as an anomaly. It's a very unique situation for us, and it brings a lot to our community. It's just sometimes it's hard to see the direct benefit, but I also know that for me personally, I want to be a team player within our county. And it's true, 15% off the top is what the county administers. And, I think that in kind of a selected role, I think that I would like to support Tuacahn Maybe not to the level of your ask tonight, but I do think that I personally would like to be a community partner in that. It's just like I said, it's almost like, not that I'm comparing Tuacahn to Zion National Park, but those seems to be when you meet somebody at dinner from out of town, they want to know where those two things are. So anyway, just my thoughts, council. Anything else you'd like to, Councilman Henderson?
If I could. So my wife and I have seen some great shows out at Tuacahn, especially like Councilman Ivy. Sometimes I like to relive my glory days in high school by listening to those bands. I know that Tuacahn is an economic benefit to the area. And as Washington City grows and changes a little bit, as we get more hotels and things like that, then Tuacahn has a bigger and bigger influence on our local economy because people are coming. We haven't had a lot of hotels in our history here in Washington. We've had a couple, but we're getting more hotels, more restaurants and things. And so Tuacahn, moving forward in the future is going to have more of an impact exponentially on us as we get those things. What I like about this is it's a capital improvement, and I like spending this money on things that we can touch and feel and that are going to last a long time. So I'm okay with, with this, we'll have to discuss the dollar amount, but, it may not be the 25. One concern I've had is, but you kind of addressed that because you've only come, we've got two different times for a total of $45,000 since 2016. And so, one concern I had was, we're 1/5 the revenue of RAP tax that St. George is. So I was concerned about the 25,000, but you kind of, alleviated that concern for me. So I'm okay with this. We just have to determine, what the dollar amount is. So.
Sure. Is there any other questions for Kevin?
Not for Kevin, but just discussion with the council.
Hey, you can go ahead and sit down. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Appreciate your
it. Thanks.
consideration.
I like that we're getting more seats for more residents for the discounted price. Hopefully we can see more of those discounts for Washington City
She's about
residents.
the discount.
So I love the fact that Councilman Henderson, that you brought up it's a what'd you say? Capital improvement. And I think it's a capital improvement that can potentially, and Kevin brought it up, it's more seats, it's more funds that help fund it in the future. It helps also bring in tax revenue. I still have a concern that it's just on the wrong side of town. If they would have put it on the right side of town, we would have an easier conversation. So that's my only concern, is that it's bringing more tax revenue, but overall, if it brings more tax revenue, it goes to the county and then the county pays for it. So I'm not saying we shouldn't help support, and I do like that it's going to a physical project. So that's kind of where I'm at, but I have a hard time supporting it as much. But when you look back, I do appreciate Kevin bringing that up. They've asked more than once, but we've only gave them twice. And so if it's a little bit more on a specific project and they are giving our residents a discount, I wish it was 50% off in fall, not the summer. I think he can make that happen. That's a political answer again. We don't want political answers.
Are we
here in council.
negotiating? Because I'd like to increase the 20% discount. Just kidding.
You make that part of your motion, Councilwoman. Council, are we ready for a motion on this? If you are, I would certainly entertain that.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'm actually more inclined personally to give the full 25 because it is that capital improvement. We haven't given anything since 2019. This will be something we can see. One recommendation that I would make is that you just make everybody aware of all of the sponsors, large and small, not just the small ones, not just the large ones, but everybody and everybody in between, and make that a really good point. I'm not doing this for Washington City purposes. It's for everybody that donates, so that those who are attending can really understand the donations that go into building Tuacahn, and that have gone into building Tuacahn to what it is, because it's that anomaly that I wish was on this side of town. I wish we had the red rocks over here, so that there's a lot of things I wish we had in Washington City that we're working towards, but that's one of the things. And I think we do see that economic benefit. And as Councilman Henderson mentioned, as we get more hotels, we've been hotel starved. And as we get more hotels, we will see an additional increase, because this is that capital improvement that we're seeing to increase the seats. And I think you'll be able to increase seats in the future as well. So I'm more inclined personally, before I make a motion, I'm more inclined to give the full 25,000 for this, as long as that parameter mentioning all of the sponsors, large and small, as much as you possibly can. Again, it's not for selfish reasons for Washington City, but for everybody who has been involved.
So I'm going to be selfish. I think 25 is too much. And the reason why I say that is because I want to help more of this closer to the city, but I want to help. So I'm more inclined between 15 and 20 is where I'm at. But I'm not for the full, because I feel like we're already given to the county, which gives them money every year. So that's where I'm at. But I would rather be closer to the 15 to 20, somewhere in there.
So just mathematically here, including if we were to fund the whole thing today, that would be a total of, 70, am I thinking right, Ben? 70,000 divided by 8 years is 8,750 a year, compared to St. George's is 25,000. And we are just under 1/5 of the tax revenue that St. George brings in. So that basically would put us somewhat in line with what St. George is doing. So,
but it benefits St. George so much more, because they have the hotels, they have the restaurants. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm okay.
So if I'm being practical, it benefits them 6 times more, because it's on every, does that make sense? It's the same.
Yeah, that's
because it's on all sales tax. I mean, so 540 as opposed to 3 million. So he's on the right train of thinking, I guess, is what I'm supporting.
Yeah, it's funded 2/3 by population, 1/3 by point of sale. So
this isn't just TRT tax. This is everything they spend. So in the community, that's the difference.
What, did I have something wrong? I'm just trying to clarify.
No, he was going down the road that they give quite a bit more, but in proportion, we get basically 1/6 of the sales tax that they get as well, the RAP tax. So it's proportional. That's all I was saying. Maybe I'm confusing everybody with my explanation, but I was supporting Councilman Henderson. He's going down the right mathematical path.
Are you saying I have good logic?
I didn't go that.
You guys realize he measures with an extension cord, right?
You and Spock, you guys. Council, can we get to a motion on this item? Can we have do you want more of a consensus on the amounts that we're thinking of? You've heard from a couple. Is there any other offerings?
I will make a motion if you want me to.
I think Councilman Martinson was ready to make one.
I was just trying to get a consensus from everybody where everybody was at, because I don't want to make a motion without everybody's.
I don't want to deny this, Ben, is what I guess I'm saying. I don't
want to do 20.
I'd rather do 20 if we're meeting in the middle. That's me, but
that's why I stopped.
And that's why I was going to make the motion at 20. But if that's not, but I want you to make the motion if you feel like 25 is what you need. I want to help, but I did think, how can we give them, who makes millions of dollars, 25, and we give Broadway Bound only 20? That's where I'm struggling. And they're right in our city trying to help our kids do that stuff.
Good point.
90% of it's probably staying in our city, if not more. That's where I'm struggling. So
yeah, it's all that perspective. It's all getting into the data, right? What is that economic impact of? Yes, they do get a lot more in the RAP tax. What does that economic impact? And you can't put a value on what Broadway Bound is doing with the building up of the community. So that makes you make a good point.
We could maybe compromise to 20. How do you feel about that? Is that a way forward?
Okay.
Whatever you.
Yeah. You good if I make it? Or do you want to make it?
You can do whatever you want. So.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve.
Don't fight.
We don't fight.
Don't fight. We just have a healthy debate, and it's really good. I really like this council and how we work well together. So I'll make a motion that we award Tuacahn Center for the Arts a RAP tax money of $20,000.
Okay, that's a motion by Councilman Martinson. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, a second by Councilman Henderson. I will start the voting with aye.
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 Thank you. That motion carries $20,000. Our next resolution, which is 6D, is consideration to approve a resolution distributing recreation, arts, and parks tax to Tifano Otera. I didn't say it with the same flair as the young lady that was here, but that is the way it reads to me. Do we have a representative from this organization? We do not, council. I believe she said that she had to leave to teach a class. I'm thinking maybe we have enough information to be able to move forward on this.
I want to do the same thing that we kind of did with the other. It makes what's kind of difficult because she's not here, but have the money go towards scholarship.
On hers, I think it would be harder the way she's set up.
Well, I looked at hers and they have 12 tuition waivers for those who have low income that they're already providing now. And that's per month that it sounds like she's charging.
So how do you get, because she was asking for just straight rent. I agree with you. She just said straight rent is what she needs help with to keep those, the difference is I was having them be paid differently through their people who are paying no matter what. I don't know. Just.
I feel like the scholarships is a great way to go because it helps pay and cover the expenses of rent, because rather than having to pay and cover the cost for those that can't pay for it, they're now getting additional funding to be able to help cover their expenses.
So Jeremy, can you, if we go down this direction, can you get with her and help her identify a way to do the scholarships and still make it work for her?
Yes. So if it's okay with you, if we could do scholarships, and then if that can't work, the secondary could be rent or cover scholarships and then some rent. I'd be happy to work with her on recognizing that scholarships would be the priority, but if that didn't work financially, she could also use it for rent. Would that be acceptable?
So what if we did, I like that thinking, but because this is a first application for them, sometimes it's helps to get them established with some additional funds. And so next time it would be 100% for scholarships, how I'd look at it. If we did a 50 something, try to help them get going like we've done with other groups, help them get going. And then, okay, now we want you to, I understand everyone wants to keep their fees low, but we also got to pay for the services we enjoy. So what's your thoughts on that? Or do you want to stick totally to scholarships, Councilman?
Well, maybe since it is her first time, I know she mentioned she wanted the 3,000 to be able to cover this year, the rest of this year, and then maybe 2,000 for scholarships.
Well, what if we do the 3,000 for this year and have them come back?
Well, she asked for 5.
She did.
The ask is 5.
But what I was thinking, if we can help them get through the end of the year, and then next time say, hey, we're open to scholarships, but we're not open to rent again. And so that you cover, does that make sense?
So what are you saying for this time?
I'm saying 3,000 to get them to the end of the year. And if they want, they can reapply in December and come back for scholarships.
And I'm saying, let's give them 3 to help them finish out this year. And then since they're asking for 5, do 2,000 for the scholarships, and especially to cover those that they're already covering right now for the tuition waiver.
I like that. But I think with the direction we're talking is that, hey, we don't want you coming back asking for rent. We want you to figure out your business to make it pencil, and we will help with scholarships, is what I'm hearing from our council.
I like that direction.
I like that. And one thing I like about this group is, as I'm looking at their paperwork, it's all volunteer. I don't see anything for salaries for anybody. And, that's really commendable, and that's a big deal. So I think I like your idea.
So the one thing that I'd mention is not knowing their exact business plan. It seems to me like that if you offer money for a scholarship and they bring that money in to award part of that scholarship, that money is actually going to pay for rent at some point regardless, right? So a little bit of this is semantics, but I do understand, and I like the advice from the council that we want it to have a direct benefit on the children, on the folks that we want our residents to participate in it. So, Councilwoman, if you'd like to make that motion, I would certainly entertain it.
I'll try to say the name. So I say that we approve a resolution to distribute to Tefano O Te Ra. Is that how you say it? We'll do $3,000 for rent and utilities, and then $2,000 for scholarship funding.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second by Councilman Henderson. Councilman Martinson, would you start the roll call, please?
Aye.
And Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
And Councilman Coates?
Aye.
I'm an aye. And Councilwoman Casperson?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, on that,
Yes, sir.
their name, I looked it up, I did a Google Translate, and from Maori, it means the sun will disappear, which also means the end of the day.
I want to give more money because it's been hot out there.
And then I would even add that as we're talking with them, maybe invite them to the Ironman breakfast that we do.
Oh, that'd be
To
amazing.
maybe do a haka up there or do something for those Ironman athletes, because I saw that that's one of the events that they participate in.
Engaging these groups in the community, and you're so good at that anyway with the community base that you have. That would be fantastic. You bet. Very good.
Let's get them at some of our parades too, doing their different dances.
Okay, 6E, we have the consideration to approve a resolution distributing recreation arts and parks tax to the famous Washington City Concert Band. Council, we did hear from several ladies earlier tonight. Do you have need to speak with any of them, or can we have a discussion and a motion?
I told Sarah I had 5 questions for her. I actually don't have any questions for her. I just wanted to make her nervous.
No, she's back there. She got her game face on. She's ready to go.
I would like to make a motion on this if we're ready.
Please, any other questions, Councilwoman? You're good? Everyone's good? Okay, Councilman, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we approve the distribution of rap tax for $3,500 to the Washington City Concert Band.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilman Coates. Second, please. Councilman Martinson will second that. Councilman Henderson, will you start off voting, please? Councilman Henderson?
Aye.
Councilman Coates?
Aye.
I am an aye as well. Councilwoman Casperson?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The last resolution that we have this evening is a consideration to approve a resolution distributing recreation arts and parks tax to the Washington City Youth Council. This is a special situation where the applicant was not here during the work session, so we're going to allow about 5 minutes for them to come up and present their resolution, and then we can ask some questions and then some clarifying questions, and we can make a motion. So if you'd like to come up now, we would enjoy hearing from you.
Thank you, Pro Tem, Mayor, Councilwoman Casperson, Council Member Coates, Henderson and Martinson, and City Manager, and also our distinguished attorney, Seg Miller. Thank you for this opportunity. You all know who I am. I'm Carmen Snow, and I am the advisor of the Washington City Youth Council since 2010. I'm honored to share the story with them of the history with the youth and let them know the humbling beginnings of Washington and how important it is for anyone in leadership to know where they came from and carry it forward. Yes, I do have a big thing. How many of you read my letter I gave you? Thank you. I'm sorry, it was very heartfelt. This was even more so, but you've given me 5 minutes and I'm not going to go into this. I'm going to go down to the nitty-gritty because I think it's so important that we value our heritage. And I brought someone here with me today, and I'm going to introduce you to him. I met him 10 years ago when he did a painting for 20 years ago. Oh my gosh, it was 20 years ago. I was here, been here back home since 13 years. He did a painting for the Utah PTA to help raise funds for the PTAs across the state, which was very beneficial. And it was called the Carnival. And I think one of you might have the puzzle of the Carnival. Did you pass those out? Do you want to show that painting really quick? And what this is actually a puzzle done. This isn't a painting. This is an actual puzzle. And I just want you to know, I am just a small town girl. I love Washington. I've lived here all my life. Some of you know how many years that's been. It's been a long, long time. I built my home by my parents. There was they gave me my lot, sold me my lot for $1. And I built my home there and raised my family because I wanted to raise them here in Washington because of what Washington is and what it means to me and what it meant to me as growing up as a young girl here in this town. I've seen a lot of change. There was 350 people when I was here. I mean, I knew everybody's names, their dogs, their cats, their horses. It didn't matter. I knew them all. But I knew the history of the city and how important it was. And I just want to carry that through. Like I told you, I had a story written here just of my upbringing, from waiting in the ditch every morning to keep cool, going in bunching onions, radishes, sending them down the creek to the packing house, ice packing house. Ivy, I don't know if you can remember this. I don't know if you were here at that time, but swimming in the boilers, or we called the warm springs back then, because the water was so warm, but we couldn't go swimming until the snow was off Pine Valley Mountain. That showed us it was summer. That was in the snowier days. But I could go on and on and on about what this town is and the heritage. And I could paint you a story. And what I really want to do is say, I want this painting. So all you have to look at it, you know the story of Washington. You know our story. You know our history. You know where we've came from and know where we're going. That's what's so important. There's so many people that are moving in that have no idea who we are. I want them to know who we are and be proud of it and proud to say we're from Washington. My A's are O's, my O's are A's. You know why? Because of the Southerners that settled this area. And I'm proud of it. I'm asked, are you from Texas or North Carolina or somewhere down there? I says, no, I'm from Southern Utah, Washington, Utah. And it sounds like Washington, Utah when I say it because I can't get my A's, but I'm proud of it. I'm very, very proud of it. And I want people that live here to be proud of saying they're from Washington. I want people when they travel down to Southern Utah, they're not just traveling down to St. George. They're traveling also to see the beautiful town of Washington that they can give them. And I think a painting, when people come in, establish a business here, I think all you'd have to do is, wow, we want to be a part of the community. And what is so exciting about this, it probably sounds like a lot of money on the, it's a win-win. We get every penny back. That's what's so great about it. There's so many times that we do things for the city, but we really never get much back from it. And I'm asking this, you know me, I'm like an old penny. I keep turning up, but I don't turn up unless I feel it's important. And to me, this is very important. But I want to introduce you really somebody very, very important that's been in my life. And he is a renowned folk artist. He appears on the Magnolia Network on HBO Max called The Peacemaker, where his art comes to life by telling the story of the hometowns and celebrations around the world. He is best known as a puzzle maker. Eric has vowed not to paint a certain place or person until he witnesses it and does it just the way it should be. As founder of the Daddle Folk Art, the puzzle entrepreneur has traveled to different corners of the world seeking aspirations for art. A renowned puzzle maker who turns his paintings into puzzle pieces. He believes each of his paintings has a story to tell. He is here with us today, and I want him to share some things with you, some inspirational stories of other cities and towns that he's done paintings for, and how the community realizes that the community realizes that they are a large piece of this puzzle. This community, everybody is important. And and I will turn the time over to him, and then I've got some closing remarks. You're lucky you didn't hear it all, because you'd have been crying. No, you wouldn't. Okay. Eric, come on up.
They would love to hear your stories, Carmen. Thank you. With limited time, I'll try and make this as fast as possible. I have I'm lucky to have one of the best jobs in the world, where I get to meet people, look them in the eye, listen to what makes them or what gets them excited, what they enjoy. There's so many stories about these cities, and to take that passion and put it into something where people then get to spend their time putting it together and celebrating the details, the little things. When I first started out, no artist is sitting in art school thinking puzzles. That's where it's at. Artists just want to have their art tell a story and to be seen. It was a nice accident to find that puzzles really are, I mean, you're going to spend 3 to 5 hours, or 3 to 5 people spend time on a puzzle, and 3 to 5 hours per person. If you total that up, if you do 5,000 puzzles, that's over 100,000 hours of engagement. And it's a harsh reality to wake up and realize I'm an artist, but I'm an advertiser. And I love to put that information out and tell people's, just tell their stories. Real quick story that brought us to where we are right now. In 2016, the administration at the time, the Obama administration, looked into the future and saw that in 2026, America was turning 250. So they sent out to all the municipalities and different organizations that participated in anything patriotic, and they're like, please send us in your ideas on how to prepare America for its 250th birthday. Any activities or any sponsorship or whatever we can do to get America ready for its birthday. And they said in 2018, we're gonna go to the mailbox and we're gonna take everything into consideration. So in 2018, they went to the mailbox and they opened it up, and there was only one suggestion in the entire 2 years, and that was ours. This project that we're talking to you about tonight is that project that we put in front of the country. And because there was only one suggestion, they flew us out there, we met at Independence Hall, and we told them, listen, we want to get people engaged in the fact that freedom equals creativity, and the creativity is engaged in every part of our lives. It fixes things. It's what makes us great. And sometimes we take it for granted, but that really is the essence of freedom. It lets us create and make things better. That's what we're here doing tonight. And they then asked me to prepare the country, to go on tour and meet with cities and get as many counties, cities, whatever, involved to create art that would tell America's story. And through this process, we've perfected it. We're a little bit, we've got plenty to go. Ironically, when I met with them, I said, listen, I want to start in Utah, and we're going to work on the Utah cities, and then we'll take it out to the rest of the country. Our first city on the America 250, and it'll be recognized nationwide as the first city on America's 250. This is Beaver, Utah. And we unveiled it last week. They purchased the painting, and then they purchased the puzzles. The sale of the puzzles pay for the entire project. That's where we give back to the city, and we then do an unveiling. The unveiling is a rock concert. We bring in the dancers and entertainment. That we work with the city. It can be a 1 hour special. It can be a 3 hour event. We want it to be customized for what the city wants to accomplish with this project. Carmen approached me on this, and it was, with traveling all over the country and all over the world doing different things and filming, I'm like, what's my connection to Washington? And I totally missed it. And now as I was driving through, my parents were laid to rest here in Washington. I have other people doing these presentations to different city councils. This is the only one I've ever done. And this is probably the only one I'll ever do. So this means a little bit more to me personally, because I'd love to come back and do this project and put it in front of you and just help you celebrate what makes not just Washington City great, but at our core fundamentals, the stories and the heritage. And if you talk to people like Carmen, I mean, they get that look in your eye, and it's my job to take that and put it in something that will last forever. You talk about time, long after I'm gone, long after we're all gone, this painting and the what we're creating will stand the test of time. And that's our goal. And we'd love to have you take it under consideration. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to sing, dance, do whatever you want to.
Probably just answering questions will be plenty. Thank you.
You've heard. That's good.
Council, is there any questions for the gentleman here? Anything you'd like to ask?
Do you want to wait for Carmen, or do we want to ask questions now?
Well, I think they can both be at the pulpit if they'd like to, and then just they can share.
Can I share?
Yeah, can I share one more thing? Okay. I love the Covington home, and I do tours there. I usually do 3 tours, live tours a month, and my last one was the 1st of July. I hadn't been back because it's summer, there was no tours, and the house was ready inside if there was somebody calling. And on this Monday when I went there, I was just appalled at the way it looked outside. I just cried. I could not believe how run down it had happened in such a short period of time. And that's how come I feel like this is what happens to our history, to our story. And if we don't tell our story, it disappears. So we need a story. We need to have people see it and be aware of it, because we are the caretakers of our history and our heritage. I don't know how many of you have lived here as long as I have. None of you, because I'm older than every one of you sitting up here. But the heritage here, the story here, I would just love to see it in paint by this wonderful artist that does such an exceptional job. And he just doesn't do it. He just doesn't do it. He works at it. He thinks about it. He makes sure he's got it just right. And everything in it, you'd have to form a committee so that you knew exactly what you wanted in the painting that really dignified, made the statement of what Washington is. So anyway, ask your questions. We're here. Oh, by the way, there is one piece of the puzzle of the thing. If you go with it, the youth council will be doing the large portion, the mural.
So on the unveiling, 8x10 puzzle is unveiled. This becomes an official America 250 wall. There's only going to be so many throughout the country. They get a QR code from the America 250 organization, and people will come to the cities for that, to get that QR code and participate in different activities nationwide during the year 2026. But it goes forward in perpetuity. It's a QR code that's always working and always entertaining. Yeah, the wall, for example, in some of the cities, they put it on the side of buildings, but they're now building, like the one in South Jordan, they've got a cement wall in their Centennial Park, and it'll be put up permanently in that arena. And these are what we're going to have in 2024 in Washington. There's a big meeting with the American 250, and that's when they're going to decide. And they're leaving it up to me on many of the 250 cities, because those who participate are the ones that are going to get the walls. But from AT&T to Ford, different organizations will then come in and sponsor those. So there could be some dollars that subsidize what Carmen's going to raise on her own to help out with the funding, because the wall can be anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000, and we'd rather see the organizations that are helping America, with the celebration participate.
And when we do the puzzle, the big puzzle, there's people in our community that have helped raise this community up, that will have a piece that will show their piece of the puzzle and will connect all of us. So we all know that everybody here is a piece of the puzzle, which is very, very important. I think that's an important piece.
The America 250, what caught their attention, because their whole theme is diversity. And our presentation for a city like this is, because you will be involved in the process, you have people and organizations and businesses that have helped build the city. You get to pick who's highlighted in the painting. That person then comes up to this giant wall puzzle and puts their piece in as we're described. And they have their walk-up music. Like I said, it's a rock concert. It's where you get to really celebrate.
Or a Western.
So yeah, we call it what you want. It's REO Speedwagon.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And they put their piece in, but their background and story gets highlighted. And by the time you're done with the piece, 15 to 20 stories where it's like, wow, Washington is more than what it seems, or these are the backstories, these are the people, these are the organizations, this is the diversity that makes us great. And that they're really excited about that portion of what we're doing.
On Facebook, somebody asked, how come do we celebrate the 24th of July? This is what the people that are moving in here don't even know who we are. And we need to let them know who we are and be proud of it, and let them be proud of saying that they're from Washington also. I don't know how many of you called Councilwoman Hinton. Santa Clara is doing this, and they're unveiling theirs on Swiss Days, and they are so excited about it. And I was hoping if it is approved, that we can unveil it during kickoff Cotton Days, like we did with Melinda last year. And thank you again for that. That to me she's priceless. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, did you have any additional questions for them?
I have a few.
For both? Would you like both there, or?
Well, we'll both stand here.
Yeah,
Okay.
whoever wants to
Moral
answer
support.
it.
Okay.
You mentioned Beaver City, you love the painting, love that idea. You mentioned that and maybe I misheard, I'm not sure, that they recouped their money already.
We just unveiled it.
Okay.
Let's go back to some of the other cities. Spanish Fork, American Fork, Pleasant Grove. Their initial order was 6,000 puzzles, 3,000 at a time. They have sold 10,000 puzzles. They were doing it at $25 per piece, so they've actually recouped their cost and made money. Harriman City, they just finished theirs. They didn't do it through the city. They did it through an organization called Friends of Harriman. If you do the math on the 150,000, if you sell 5,000 puzzles at the $30, you recoup all your money. If you do this, and then if you could do 6,000 at 25, or maybe switch that around in my head, but either way, you recoup all the money. The average city sells anywhere from 3 to 10,000 puzzles. And so when I say 3, we're talking really small towns like Linden and a few others. But even then, Morro Bay, for example, Morro Bay, California, they ordered 6,000 puzzles. They've exceeded that. They've paid for it and then some. So
What time frame on those?
you get a 2-year exclusive on that, on the copyrights. Well, I shouldn't say copyright, as access to the copyrights. You can use it in all your marketing. You can use it for everything moving forward. The copyrights reside in the company, but the usage of it is with the city. So you have an exclusive for 2 years. I know that, I think it was Payson. Payson actually, they started selling and they sold really well, but they wanted to finish off their last 1,000. So we just contacted Walmart and a couple of the retailers that we personally sell to, and they sold the rest. So you steer it. In other words, it's up to you how you want to recoup the cost or how fast you want to do it.
So it was for Spanish Fork, you mentioned they did 10,000 puzzles. What was that in the 2-year?
It was Pleasant Grove, and they took a year on that, but they recouped their money in the first 3 months. So, and depending on when you unveil it, if you do it with an event like Santa Clara is going to do it Swiss Days, they anticipate to sell them all at Swiss Days because that's really their event. But following Swiss Days, then they do a Christmas through the city marketing program, and that's how they think they'll get rid of the last. But again, if they don't, like Harriman, they specifically did the whole project because they wanted to use the funds to prop up their sports programs. So their rugby program and their lacrosse program, they sell the puzzles to help pay for their travel and so forth.
And that's why they did it through Friends of Harriman versus.
Yeah, Friends of Harriman
Wrapped
did that.
versus
yeah.
They
worked in conjunction with the city because they came up with the money, the city didn't. And then a portion of the money went back to the city. But that was just, and just like any painting, it's an original. So the whole project is custom to the town and the city and what you guys want to do. But the parameters are laid out there, and we've worked through what you want, what is good art. We want it to be a painting that lasts forever, not a map, something that's beautiful. And as you so eloquently said today, something that lasts forever. So
a few more. So if this does pass, what are what are the plans for Washington City to recoup the money, and how quickly? Who sets those parameters? How does that work?
Well, good question, Ben, because I know we as a city will work on that. I mean, you'll form a committee, and a committee will help get this out, do it. You've got your marketing, you'll go in your marketing, you'll go everywhere. Of course, in the kickoff, we'd have a big build up for the kickoff for Cotton Days. I was even thinking we could even do some pre-sales if we were inclined to do something like that. That takes some more bookkeeping, but a pre-sales is an idea too. There's so many ways to do it. When I first met with the mayor and the city manager, I know they wanted, if we did this, if it did happen, that they really wanted ownership of it, which I understand that. Because when I did it with PTA, we went out and sold names to put on the painting, to pay for the painting. But I could see where the city was coming from, which made a lot more sense to me, that you owned this painting, not a business, not somebody else. So.
Can I ask a couple of questions? Is that okay?
Please.
So this is a huge amount of money, 150,000, right? And
I could have just told you the half and then come back for the other half, but I wanted to be upfront with you.
Right, yeah.
And they don't need to pay it off till it's finished.
Right. So anyway, because it was a lot of money, I checked into it a little bit, and I wanted to kind of see what the options were for funding. And so I actually called Morro Bay and talked to the friends, I think it's the Friends of Morro Bay.
Morro Bay Beautiful.
Morro Bay Beautiful, yeah, okay. So I talked to the lady that's in charge of that, and I asked her, tell me a little bit about what the process was. And so she said that it was completely funded by the Friend of Morro Bay, or Morro Bay Beautiful, with no funding from the city at all. And she has 11 they've been very successful selling them, but she has 11 gift shops that are selling them, and they're a tourist destination. So I think they've gone through their first 6,000, and then they've ordered some more. And so she's had pretty good luck with it. I also called a few other cities, and Tooele, who just recently did it, they had a big push to sell theirs. And they were able to sell just a little bit over a third of them. And so they've got 2/3 of them sitting in a closet somewhere. And so that's my biggest fear is it's a lot of taxpayer money. And my biggest fear is that we'll give a big push. Is it 5,000 they have to buy, or 6,000?
No, we customize it again. So that's an average. Like Linden City is only going to do 2,000 puzzles.
Okay.
And again,
So it'll vary.
Again, if that's your concern, because like Harriman wanted to order more, and we were like,
yeah,
I wouldn't do that, because we make them here in America. We can customize the size.
Okay.
So we can incrementally do that. Like I said, Pleasant Grove only got 3,000 to start, and then they work forward, and we can always make more.
Okay. So I thought somewhere in the paperwork it said there was a minimum of 5,000 puzzles,
when we first started,
or 6,000.
We were manufacturing back east.
Okay.
And that was our deal. But now we've bought the equipment, and the equipment's here in Utah, and so we're able to customize it. Yeah. So the older contract had that. If you only felt like you could only do 1,000, so be it. The art side of the contract is not included in what you've seen so far. That also can be added in, where again everything's split. It's meant to be a money-making venture.
Right.
Unless you spend money on it, it won't mean anything to you, and that's how we approach the.
Remind me how much the art side of it is.
The art's 75.
Okay.
And then the puzzles, you pay $12.50 per puzzle, and then.
So maybe I did the math, and I think we had to sell 6,000 puzzles to make the money back. Maybe that was the math.
You did 6,000 puzzles.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, that's my biggest concern is that we're going to have a closet up at the rec center with 4,000 puzzles in it.
If you order that many.
Yeah, but you have to pay for it.
Actually has been in contact with Harriman, because they didn't really have a program. They were one of the first. And as one of the first, they, I don't even think they contacted Morro Bay on how they went about doing it.
Yeah.
So as they've learned a better way or how to market. You know, they've got Christmas coming up. And if they don't sell them, I take them back and I can sell them.
Right. So this is kind of where I'm at on it. I think if I did the math correctly, if I remember, it's been a couple of weeks, that we'd have to sell about 6,000 puzzles to pay for the artwork, for it to pay for itself. Maybe that, I don't know if that's correct or not.
At $1,250.
Yeah.
So 6,000 times, or
Well, what if they?
it's 75. It's 75,000.
Okay. So
But you're saying that's
Six
just
at
the hard
$25
cost
does
to pay for the puzzles.
150,000.
Right.
5 at 30. Beaver's doing $30 per.
Okay.
And so that's.
So my preference, did you say Harriman did it privately through Friends of Harriman?
Friends of Harriman.
Okay. So my preference would be, I like the idea. I like Dowdle puzzles. I would like to see it privately funded. That's where I'm at. So.
I actually like how in your letter you mentioned that that's what you did in St. George's is you got businesses to advertise their name to pay for it. And I really, like that approach, and then getting people here to get really excited about it, because then that's a way for us to share our story with those and kind of tell them what we want to do. And then so it'd be kind of like a community thing that we're trying to raise money for these puzzles. And so I like it to be done privately as well, where it's such a high number.
So with what you're saying, Linden City, for example, the city spearheads it, they're in charge, but Linden then had all the local businesses donate that wanted to be in the piece, $5,000. So they exceeded their 75 just on the businesses that are in the painting. Most of the paintings include a parade, and that's where sponsors and people who want to be in the pieces end up participating. So that's how creatively, it's the whole reason we do art, so we can be creative. If you're not creative, you're going to sit on a lot of puzzles. If you're creative.
How do you determine the cost? Is that, as an
up to you.
artist, cost for, like your cost for $75,000? To me, that seems really high, but I don't know what,
The painting that you're receiving goes for $250,000 on the open market. We're doing this with the America 250 at $75,000. So, that's what art goes for if it's in the ballpark of where they're valuing it. So on this one, like I said, Linden, they have 10 people or 10 businesses that before we even started donated their 5,000, so that was 50,000. And the rest they did through, families and those who wanted to be in. So like I said, they've exceeded their 75,000.
I like the Morro
The
Bay.
paintings take 6 months to paint.
Yeah, I like the Morro Bay model. And I would be happy to donate myself. I think there's a lot of people in Washington that would be happy to donate.
Well, it's a matter of who then spearheads the donating. And that's where, like Linden, they spearhead it. They're going to be working with our organization on the fact that they're an America 250 city, the unveiling, and everything that goes with it.
And Santa Clara, they just went to the city council, and the city council paid for the whole amount. They didn't pay for they just got the wrap tax for the $10,000 puzzle, the big puzzle. And, but like I said, they're really excited about it. And that's how come my first thing was to go to the city, tell them my idea, and then I was just and it's okay. I was led in this direction, and I honored that direction because I thought it was a good direction, because I think that it really should be owned by the city. And
You don't want it in your living room?
well, I probably would love it in my living room, but
so how does that work? You talk only owned by the city. Let's say we do.
It would be here. It would be housed here. You would have the original print.
Correct. So let's say we get businesses to help fund it. Let's say we get private citizens to help fund it.
What if we get businesses to help sell it? What if we get businesses to help sell the puzzles? Our chamber, we've got a wonderful chamber of commerce here. And I know they would step up. I would just go and introduce it to them, introduce the puzzles, tell them what it's for and what it's all about. And I think that would even pay it in itself.
Correct. So
it might not be a gift shop, but it'll be in the businesses.
So let's say we do get businesses on the front end to do that, as has been done in other places. Where, let's say Morro Bay, for instance, where is that painting housed?
It's owned by the city.
So they kind of donated it to those individuals who fundraised.
Morro Bay Beautiful works hand in hand with the.
They work with the city.
So, in fact, the mayor on that one, that was a fun project because the mayor was completely against the project. And when he was done, he wrote us a letter and he ended up creating a day for us to come back.
Eric, can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the mayor then arranged a day for us to go back because he kind of half-heartedly went into it. He saw what we bring to the table. This is an event. This is a celebration. This is the entire city gets involved. And so he created Dowdle Day, and we went back and had this big party again. That was for the wall. The wall's still yet to be they got to find a place for it. South Jordan, for example, when they were put in this situation, they went ahead and just created and made their own monument, if you want to call it that, in their Centennial Park. But it's kind of, it's up to every city on how they do it. My organization is meant to just work with you from the event to what's in the painting. We like to make sure we stay in control of the creative license or the creative side so that it stays a piece of art. I think Payson's, all of them are good to contact. We've had a great experience with all of them.
So can I make a comment? And I did send Carmen down this road because I think it fits really well into the arts, and that's the place in our budget that it would be the most appropriate. Just a thought, and you can throw my thought away if you don't like it. It's warm in here, and we've been here a long time, so maybe I'm not thinking clearly. But if you're looking to head down that road of wanting the community to be involved and be committed, you could put some amount and say, look, the city's willing to help with some start money, but maybe even make it the last $10,000 or whatever, and say, look, if we can get the rest fundraised, whether it's through the youth council or the chamber or businesses, then we're willing to come in with the last piece, and we could certainly have that commitment and just hold on to it until we got the end. And that's similar to what we did with the statue. I think the community helped in that, and it helped. But maybe not if you're not inclined to do the whole thing. Is there a number that you feel like can kickstart the project? But that's just my thought. You can do whatever you want. Now I'm going to stop talking. So on that, I do feel that it fits in the RAP tax funding. As Councilman Henderson, it's a lot of money. And coming from the business side of things, it's how do we recuperate that money, or how do we hedge our money? Because we've had really good conversations tonight over $5,000, over $6,000, right, and way intense conversations over small percentage of what is being requested. So I'm looking more, how do we get ahead of this? How do we get the citizens involved beforehand? How do we get the businesses involved beforehand? You mentioned pre-sales. That's actually, as we've been talking amongst ourselves, we can do pre-sales. It's opening up a quick website, showing what the art is, showing what the puzzles are. It's not going to be Washington City specifically, but you can show that, and really creating that buzz around it. I like what Manager Red said is it's that last mile that the city helps with. But to me, it's a lot of money with a lot of unknowns behind it.
Well, the unknowns have been done before. You have people that have gone and done this, so you have a precedence and opportunities and different avenues to take. So I wouldn't stand and guarantee unless we've already done it. And so there is really no risk in laying out whatever you have to do it, because you can go ahead and donate $5,000 to a project. You'll never see that $5,000 back. This one, you will get the money back, plus the project will live on, and over and over and over, you are promoting and selling the city of Washington as people come in contact with us and work on it for years and years to come. The ROI is the fact that we guarantee on our end, whatever you spend, you're gonna get it back.
So, council, is there any other questions, or can we have the applicant sit down and we can discuss it among ourselves? Is there anything else that you'd like to ask, anything specifically?
Yeah, I've got a question. So what you just said about return on investment, and you're guaranteeing the return on investment, explain that a little bit more.
Well, I guess when I say guarantee, we have the formula. There's, we have people who've done it privately. They've done it through the chamber. They've put some money in through the city. There's several ways to approach it. If you do whatever you're going to do on your end, and at the event, after the unveiling, after a year or whatever, however long you want to have your exclusive, if you don't recoup the cost, then we will then take it, and we have our connections to the organizations here, and then we would sell it and come up with the rest of the money. But on that, and then you're talking about Walmart and all the other mom and pop stores, which you can go to if you want. Walmart actually, and we can show you where Walmart even has a local called neighborhood policy, where you can take whatever you have left over and put it in the local Walmart if you want. I mean, we've done it enough where it's a little strong to say I guarantee, because if you don't do anything, you'd put a lot of risk on my end, but I know you will. And yeah, that's about as close as I can get to say we haven't had any problem with it in the past, so I wouldn't anticipate anything.
Do you have any cities that are, you've probably done hundreds of cities. Do you have any cities that have puzzles sitting in the closet, hundreds or thousands of puzzles sitting in the closet? No?
None.
Okay.
Like, for example, you talk about Sandy right now. When they called us and said we're having a tough time, we didn't think through it. They were one of the first. We plugged them in with Harriman. We've talked to them about the potential of Walmart. They can do it, or we can do it, either way. So whatever they're left with, yeah, it'll end up, before a year's out, they'll get rid of the others. So, and we don't like to lead with Walmart being where people can take the puzzles, or to Costco or places like that. But yeah, that's definitely
So
your Costco here could probably sell 5,000 on its own.
So one of the things I sat and listened. I wanted to just listen to everyone, because usually I'm the one speaking, but
yeah, I was looking forward to you, Craig.
The rest of them get sick of me. So you pulled up Beaver, right? It's got the creamery. My in-laws are from Beaver. They have their second home there. They grew up there. That's a good place to sell them as a creamery, right? I bet they went off the shelf like no problem.
Yeah.
What do we have here in Washington? We have the farm, but what do we have besides Walmart's our biggest store? Like, I'm sitting here thinking, where are we going to put these to sell them? That's my question.
Lynn's, the grocery stores, right? Am I right?
But they're in St. George. That's my concern.
Is Lynn's in
Costco's
St. George? They'll
Lynn's
still
in St.
sell our puzzles. If there's, did you go to Walmart when the Monopoly game was there and it was about Washington?
Yes.
And we had no say in it, nothing to say about it. They just did it. They couldn't keep them on the shelves.
And I love that. I think Mayor gave us one for Christmas. So
Yeah,
I
but can
love
you
that.
see what I'm saying?
And I agree with you on Walmart.
Yeah.
But I'm just, besides Walmart,
Well, we've got a little place coming up, a little business that's going to be opening pretty soon down in the fields. Remember?
Yeah, I know. But
we would give you the avenues where, between the 5 avenues that have worked in the past, whoever or whatever organization you put over that side of it.
So I agree that I'm agreeing with what everyone said. I'm just concerned again about having too many puzzles. It sounds like there's options. And that's where I'm struggling, is I would like to see a little more community help with the money as well, if that's what we want to do, so that it's private individuals and public coming together. But I also don't want to make it an advertisement board where anybody can come put their name on it, because maybe that's not the heritage of Washington City.
Yeah, that's your call.
But then there's the other reason of, and Carmen, I love you to death.
I know
You've been here forever, but I also think of me as a new resident, and I want my voice in it as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've been here, I've worked, my office has been here for 20 plus years in the city, and I've lived here for
I don't know, 7, 8 years now, but I literally lived across the border, and I think I'm the only one that knew I lived across the border because I know where the boundary lines are. But I like that the city has gone from 350 people to 35,000 people, and I know you do too.
I do
I'm just
too.
saying, but that's the thing I would love to see in it, and I think that's great. But I'm just struggling with how do we? So I have two things: how do we get rid of them? And if we can't get rid of them, what are we doing? But then I'm also looking at it as we just donated how many thousands of dollars that we know we'll never see, but it's benefited our community.
Yeah, if
It's telling our story.
hundreds of thousands of hours, I like I said, I don't ever do any of these presentations. Now I have a better appreciation for my staff that goes out and stands in front of y'all.
He never does.
We're the hardest out there, don't worry.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're used to pomp and ceremony, and I don't ever have to go out and sell my stuff. I have
Well, we
somebody else
appreciate
go
you
up to it.
being
So-
here. We appreciate you being
it is a little bit, like I said, I have an appreciation for
It's
what they're
beautiful
doing. Actually,
artwork.
where I get involved and where it comes alive for me.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
no,
It's
that's
recorded.
fine. I usually, the people tell me to be quiet most of the time. Where I get involved with the city and with whether it be council members or mayors or whomever, that's my side of this. That's when I fall in love with the city. We have a good enough staff and we have a good enough track record where I can say we don't have a problem with any of the concerns. We haven't, out of the 200 plus cities I've ever painted. So I'd hate for Washington to be the one. And so that the concerns are valid. If you're not familiar with what I do and what the TV show does and the revenues that it generates, then, that's understandable. But yeah, we have a lot of fun with these things. It's super fun. The celebration is my favorite by a long shot. Just watching normal, regular people in the community having their moment in the sun, where it's like, no, if it weren't for this person and this story, we wouldn't be who we are today. And as far as how long does this last, it lasts forever. I'm in the process of people have attempted to take my copyrights. Why would people sell or go out and try and steal a copyright? Because they're so darn valuable. And most of the time I'm just running from debt, but now I realize what I really do have, and this is something that will last forever for your city.
So you made a comment, and it's a question about the rights. So the city only has the rights for 2 years.
You have the exclusive rights for 2 years.
So what do we have past that?
You have access to using it however you'd like in advertising, and if you want to put art, yeah. I'm the sole owner of the copyrights. Gee, you call me up and tell me you want to use the copyright for something, no cost. You want to use the art for something, that's yours. There won't be an additional fee. To give you an idea, that little Cocapelli guy, if somebody wants to use that guy in there, that's $100,000 just to use that guy. That's what a copyright is. So who knows what the future will bring as far as the value to whatever we put together for the city. I mean, South Jordan's an interesting one where you got 2 temples in one city. And I mean, this is a city painting, and we need it to be diverse. And so we have scoured and done what we've been able to do to tell a complete story of South Jordan. We'll have the same challenge with Washington. We have new people here. We want them to honor the past, see the present, and prepare for the future. And that's my job. And that's where I thrive. That's where I enjoy. Because I like people. I like to listen to them. Whether their stories are boring or exciting, we're going to put them in.
It just tells the story of the community, period. It just tells our story of the community, all aspects of it. Me, I'm on the history end of it. But like you've been here 20 years. You're just about here as long as me.
Wow, now she's calling me old. I mean, I know it, but.
But I mean, there's things that people have no idea, who we are and where we're going. And I know we've got big plans down here, which it all, to me, ties in together.
Carmen, we appreciate you and
These are
Eric
good
being here.
questions. Thank you. Now, like I said, I can go back to my staff and go, Keep up the good work.
So I have one more, going down that road of guarantee, but not a guarantee. When you talk about Walmart, their neighborhood opportunities, what does that look like? Do you just go and drop off the puzzles, or do they cut a PO, or what? How does that process look?
We sell to Walmarts worldwide. They have, it's called a neighborhood, there's an exact number for it. That's not my department, but a neighborhood program where they love to take local projects and sell them through a certain line item. It used to be how they bought everything, but once they went so mass, it's funny, they went mass and then they realized that they were losing some of the local feel. And so they reopened that department, and we have access to it. You know, and after a year, and I frankly, in a year, if you can't recoup your cost, that's what I would do.
Do you see a problem with starting that way? The only, I know you like to use it at the end, but
only because, good question, but Walmart's going to be substantially lower, and so getting them to the $20 mark, and that's where we're at $12.50. You got to sell an awful lot to start seeing that come back. However,
you're saying with the price of the puzzle, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at where we can sell these in our town, and Walmart's a big one for us, and Maverick's probably the other. So you got the in on Maverick, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I wouldn't depend on.
I got the in on Sinclair.
The businesses have been the biggest. Like if you get back with Morro Bay, it's the businesses that did most of the purchasing for their employees or for their families during Christmas time. I really liked how Harriman approached their fundraising with their youth programs to raise money. Yeah, we would send you all the avenues that have worked, and it's up to your organizations to, or the organization, whoever's spearheading this, to figure it out. But like I said, on our end, after the year or 2 years, whatever you set up as your exclusive, we would step in. If you, again, you don't have to buy 6,000 puzzles. If you buy 2,000 puzzles and sell those, you want more, you're not gonna be stuck with puzzles. That part, I can guarantee that part.
So one of the themes I'm seeing is that maybe we don't have a direct path fully. I'm just wondering if we can task Carmen and the youth council to come up with their ideas of, because I don't have good ideas. I just think, well, Walmart's easy to sell at, go to Walmart, right?
I know.
So I'm not trying to delay this, but I'm wondering if we
We were able to raise the rest of the money that we raised for, we didn't raise $75,000, but we did raise the money for the Melinda Covington statue.
Yeah.
And we raised more than that you probably didn't even see in the background that was spent on that. There was a substantial more money spent on that project. And I think we still have $35 in our fund that we haven't spent. But I don't know, we could even through the Covington home, even through the museum, we've got people coming through. We could open them up, the museum's now open, every day. They'd be right there. It's history, people would buy it. That's what they're there for, that's what they're interested in. There's all kinds of things, but.
In our experience, it's either an organization or a member of the council that spearheads it, and once they take it on, it has its own legs.
So you're probably saying, Carmen, take it on.
No,
Do you know what? I would in a heartbeat. And I've had the offer, and I just really felt like this is something that the city really needs to be a major player in.
I think what I'm saying is I'm having a hard time deciding what I want to do tonight, is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
And it's more of the fact that this is new information. I hate making decisions on a large sum of money on new information, right? I came in saying I don't want 6,000 puzzles for the city, and I'm trying to be open-minded.
You are.
And so I'm sitting here going, so what's the plan? I don't feel like we have a plan to sell these puzzles right now. We've had a bunch of different options, but I don't feel like we have a.
Well, we have the kickoff for Cotton Days, and we can send out the information through our utility bills. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. These are available. There's all kinds of different avenues that you could go in. That would have been wonderful for Melinda to have done that too. But I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know what I feel. I feel like it's an opportunity that we'll miss out on. And I think the city will miss out on it if we
So
don't.
for me, there's no doubt that it would be a beautiful piece of artwork and wonderful.
It's not
There's
just
no doubt
artwork,
about that.
it's our story.
Yeah,
It's our story.
Yeah, all of that. There's no doubt about that. It's just the funding, I think, that we need to, you know, and I would be more inclined to, you know, do something like Jeremy was talking about, where a portion of it is privately funded and some of it is funded by the city. I think I'm a hard no on the whole 150,000 being.
Well, it's really not
Through the
150
city.
if you get less puzzles, right? Am I wrong?
Start with the 75 and then you decide what you want.
Then you decide how
Right.
many puzzles.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what you
so-
decide on.
But it's 150 on the paper in front of us tonight. So-
Well, because I didn't want to show you something, I wanted to see the whole picture.
Right.
That was what was out there. But now you heard tonight, you don't have to do
Right.
that 75,000 on the other end. And I just, anyway, I was
So
pretty proud
council-
of Santa Clara that the city council, they thought it was wonderful. They just took it out of their own funds.
So council, let's go ahead and allow our guests to sit down and let's go ahead
Sit
and have a
down.
discussion and then see if let's talk among ourselves and see if there's a motion to be made. And with that, probably, you know, as a discussion, how this looks going forward. See what the council can give direction to whomever this involves and kind of go from there. That sound
I just
okay?
want to say, I like that. And I just want to say, I like the idea of getting the Washington City Chamber involved and the businesses here. And Councilman Coates, you mentioned that you don't like the idea of having this be like a big advertisement. But I feel like there's a way to tactfully do it that can make it look nice. I was just looking at some of the other puzzles, and they don't actually put the names of businesses on some of them to advertise the companies, but they put it like they print out, do like a printout and kind of give a history of the business and what it does. And so it's not like it's going to be a puzzle that has all these business names, you know, on it. And so I just really I think this is wonderful. I love the idea of telling our story. I love Washington City and the patriotism here. And we all know how great it is here. And so I don't need to go on about that, but I really like the idea of having it be something that is funded by the residents here and the businesses here to really get behind it. And then I think that kind of helps have more meaning for everyone too, rather than just have the city do it, because we're going to be going out and advocating for this to be able to tell our story and then have community involvement. And so for me, I'd rather just not put any money towards it and then have us work with the chamber and businesses and the community. And then maybe if we want to come back later at another time after there's been, you know, support for it, then talk about doing, you know, contributing a little bit of money to it.
Yeah, Councilman Coates talked about that direct path, and that's kind of what I was getting at with the questions I was asking. There's really not, we don't have that path to get there on, it's new information. We talked about guarantees. We talked about all of that in the previous meeting that we had, but we didn't talk about, you know, marketing plans. We didn't talk about going out to businesses. We didn't talk about those things. And so I like that idea, that path of working with businesses, working with individuals within the community to try to get that beforehand. City Manager Red said, you know, maybe do something on the back end instead of the front end with kind of that. I think Shark Tank, anytime I think of Rap Tax and people up here presenting their business and their idea, that's the whole time we've been sitting here, I've been thinking Shark Tank. And I'm not any one of those guys, but that's what I think, right? And you look at some of the deals that they do on that, it is contingent upon certain things. And so I think we could do something like that so that we don't, you know, if the funding isn't there, then what happens?
Excuse me, I apologize.
No, you need to speak from up here. If you.
I just have to deliver the painting up to.
Okay.
I have to deliver Beaver's painting and I need to get up there right now to do that. So
Just tell them it's okay that you're late.
Carmen's got it from here. She's awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So council, what I'm hearing then is that we need further discussion. I think tonight there's that doesn't seem like there's a appetite to award any money tonight. But it sounds like maybe what we can do with our good mayor when he gets back into town is to maybe have some conversation and see how to move forward on this, to see if we can arrive at where the funding would make us feel more comfortable about it. Yeah. And I think that if there's not anything else to add, I think that's probably a good way forward. We can share with the mayor what our interests are and let him kind of organize that, and then be a part of that process and see where it takes us. If that sounds okay, that's what I would share with the mayor.
Is there a way to, I don't know if have we ever tabled a RAP tax decision?
No, I think we have to vote on it up or down tonight, and then it can come back again.
Why can't we table it?
So can I just make mention of something? So we just calculated to pay for it, kind of like we've been talking about, would be 6,000 puzzles we'd have to sell if we wanted to recoup all of our money, if it was $12.50 a piece. And so I think what I'm hearing is we kind of would like to see what the sales plan is, what events you'd be selling at, you know what I'm saying? Like, where are we going to sell them? Like, when I talked to Morro Bay, she named all the stores that were selling it, how many they sell per month. I mean, they really had it, down. So I think we'd feel more comfortable with it if there was something like that, maybe. So if you could bring us something like that, so.
Well, where's that $12.50 come from? Is that what is made on the sale of each puzzle?
That's what they cost.
But it costs. We have to pay $12.50 per puzzle.
Okay.
We still don't get all our money back. 25 times 6 is 150,000, but you would pay off your cost.
Yeah, you pay off your cost at 6,000. Okay.
So, but here's the other thing, though. So I'm just going to throw this out to the council. How much is worth buying a piece of art for? And not worrying about that as fact of, hey, we're buying a piece of art for the city. That, again, lasts a lifetime. But that's all I just want to throw that out there. Is that worth it to? I mean, we felt like it for the statue. We felt like it for other things. I would say if it depends on the cost, because I'm not one to spend large sums of money for art. I think I like how St. George has done their art and then they sell it and they replace it. I think that's been kind of a cool feature for that city. And so I'm not saying we do that here, but those are the things that I think would be nice, is that, hey, yeah, you can buy it, but it's for sale, but I wouldn't want to sell this thing. I'm just saying those are different ways to think of art and getting different types of art moving forward, is providing a place for the artist to sell. I know this is different. I'm just thinking that, is there a price that we're comfortable with saying, okay, we'll pay 20,000, 40,000, 60,000, whatever it is for that piece of art. He's saying it's 65,000 just to paint it.
75.
Oh, well, he was giving me a $10,000 discount. I heard him. He just doesn't, he can't tell me no now. No.
Are we gonna start negotiating with him while he's not here?
No, so that's where I'm at, is just to the council, is I don't think we should try to recoup all the money, I guess, if we go down this direction, because we still are getting something. It's not like we're getting a box of 6,000 puzzles only.
But that's how it's been sold to us, though, in the paperwork, that it would pay for itself,
So what, I guess, maybe this is a question for Carmen. Carmen, what do you feel, am I okay asking this question?
Absolutely. Carmen, would you like to come back to the microphone?
Looking at it from Councilman Coates' perspective, let's say we didn't do any puzzles. Say we just stopped at the art. What do you feel could be raised for the painting?
We could probably raise half. But I still think that, I know the paperwork said 6,000, but he said you didn't need to order 6,000. So it wouldn't be 150,000. It'd be 75 for the print, and then whatever many puzzles you bought. And looking at today, and rap tax money, it's for art, right? And this is a piece of art for the city with our story. It's not just a piece of art, it's our story. And I think that needs to become into consideration while you're making this decision. And the puzzles on the other end, that's up to us how many we want to order. If we only want to order 1,000, we order 1,000. We don't recoup all of our money, but we still have our piece of art.
And is that a decision that's needed?
He's got a year window. This is his window to do this. After this, he doesn't have the window because of his obligations with his TV show and the other.
So let's say we hypothetically decided to move forward with some sort of rap tax for the art, for the story that's being told. When does the decision have to be made on the amount of puzzles to be purchased?
It doesn't need to be made today. It can be made after.
Okay.
Your decision on the puzzles don't need to be made today. It's just that if you had the puzzles to sell,
correct,
could offset the cost of the print. But in the other words, you've got to look at that art. I just spent a couple of $1,000s for a piece of art for the Covington home, for the little picture I just had painted. And because I thought it was very important to have that painting in the Covington home. I don't know what else to say. It's just that I, for how many years, have loved Eric Daddle's work. And it started with St. George. And I've got that picture hanging in several different places, but I'd rather have one of Washington.
Thank you. So council, we've had good discussion. I think we need to entertain a motion and then we can have further discussion going forward to how to carry this forward with our mayor and staff. That'd be okay. Is anyone, if you're ready for a motion, I think that we probably need, I think we've had the discussion and I think we've got a good idea of how to move forward with this. And
just for clarification, we can table it.
I'm wondering about the timeline because rep tax is open and closes at specific times. We can do that, but I don't know that, I think that under the criteria, the way the RAP application was made, I think certain council members would be much more comfortable if it was reworded so that the amounts and limits reflect the conversation that we've had tonight.
So may I say something?
Sure, please.
I am intrigued by what Councilman Martinson said about just focusing on the art piece. And I think I would be willing to tonight say, do something like we did with the Covington statue and say, look, the city is willing to put X amount of dollars towards this if we can privately raise the rest of it. I mean, I'd be willing to do that tonight I can understand what you're saying about.
As long as you have all the information that you need tonight so that your motion is very clear and that's a good way to go. But if you don't have all the information, we can do that same thing. It's just a level of comfort that you and the rest of the council needs to have, is my opinion.
So I would like our attorney to answer that question on the tabling for 2 weeks. I thought we could, what's different than any other motion?
I think
I know we haven't talked to you
2.5 hours, you lost him a little bit somewhere along the way.
It's all right. Close Facebook. Let me talk to you for a minute. No, I'm just kidding. I hope I know he's working. I know that. So my question was we have the right to table this for 2 weeks and think about it, right? Just because it's a rap tax, what's different than any other ordinance?
I think the city council, when it acts with a majority decision, has the full legislative authority over budgeting and finance. You can deal with this whenever you want, is my opinion. You've established a protocol and a process for the public to submit grant applications, but if the council wants to take this one and work on it and deal with it, I think that your process shouldn't constrain you. It's your process that you built to organize the public. You can do what you want in addition to that.
The only ways I bring it up is I'm not ready to make a decision because I don't feel like I have all the information.
I feel like I have the information we know today. I'm hoping we can, I mean, I'm leaning toward you guys too. I'm trying to think of more of an art.
Another thing,
versus-
Councilman, is most of your applications are separate organizations, separate entities. This was an application inviting you to, take the lead on an idea.
Well, and also they put in their application at the right time. We heard their application. We're just thinking about it. That's how I'm looking at it. And we're not, I mean, that's a big chunk of money to say yes or no on. And I don't want to say yes or no. I want to think about maybe there's a different option. Maybe there's a way to make some money. Maybe there's a way to offset some of these costs and still make it a thing that happens. I just don't know, right?
Yeah. So would it be crazy? I know Carmen came in with the full amount because she didn't want to pull any wool over our eyes. And we see that 150,000. We see the puzzles that are associated with that. What if we just said, let's focus on the art piece in this wrap tax, and then in December, when are the next ones due? December, January? The next discussion, bless you, the wrap tax.
It's January.
January. But if we brought it up then, how long does it take to produce the puzzles? Could those be ready in time for Cotton Days, or do you take pre-orders, or what do you do for that? So that we're splitting it up between the art piece and the revenue piece. Just throwing that thought out there.
I'm fine with looking at it, different applications, but I mean, we're just kicking the can down the road. I'd rather just make a decision what we're doing.
I think there's still just a lot of questions that we have that we don't have clear answers to. So I would be more willing to make a decision when we have a comfort level on how to fund whatever we decide to do. I think for me, that's where I'm at.
Okay. So what if I make a motion that we table this until our next meeting and discuss it a little bit more? And Carmen, kind of where we're at. We're not against it at all. In fact, we think it'll be a wonderful artwork and wonderful, story of our history. But I think our main hang up is the funding of it. I think we're willing to fund some, and I think our other hang up is the puzzle part of it. It's not the artwork part. And so maybe we can all take 2 weeks off, think about it a little bit, come back with some fresh ideas in 2 weeks. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. Councilwoman, do you have a comment?
For me, I feel like they did a good job at presenting everything. I feel like I don't know what more information we need to get. I feel like we have a lot of the answers. And so for me, I don't see what a 2-week window is going to do for me personally. I feel like my preference is to do it how they did it before. I think that's a wonderful way to go about it, is to get community involvement in this. And so for me, I would prefer to go that way. And I'm sure that the Washington Chamber would be supportive of hearing Carmen do a presentation, but she's proven that she's been able to do a good job at getting the painting done in St. George, and I feel like that's a great way to head it. And then that answers a lot of the questions, because we're doing it as a community and in community involvement. And so that's where I'm at.
So are we comfortable as a council with any dollar amount towards the art portion of it?
I think the question still arises that we are saying that we want the community to be involved, but we haven't really heard the community commit to doing that or what the plan is even for that. And I just, it wouldn't be fair to me, we want, Mr. Dowell was here, he's offered to be very generous with his, decision-making, leaving that to us. But for me, I think we need to have an idea of what the community, if we see that there's an interest from the community and they want to help fund this and bring it forward, then we do it. But if you're going to make it contingent on some community money, I think that we need to have a better picture of what that looks like.
Well, and going forward, when we're going over our budgets and there's great support for this, I'm just gonna throw this out there. We don't need to have a public hearing or a meeting to discuss it. We can, well, I mean, we'll have the hearings for the budget, but we could allocate, excuse me, some of the RAP tax funding to pay for to contribute to it at that time when we're going through our budget. You know, as we see, there's great community involvement for this. Do you guys get what I'm saying?
So can we do that, or do they have to fill out an application? Because you're saying
No,
put it in the
so-
budget, right, Councilman?
So the way that
Casperson?
the way the resolution is written, that was written back in 2015, the council can take money right off the top and do any project they want to do. And then they take the surplus or whatever's left or whatever you allocate and put it out for grant funding. So you don't have to, it doesn't have to come, especially if it's a city project or a.
So how can we do that with our city projects then, where we have them come in and?
Well, we've been doing that. I'm not sure it's the way we want to keep doing it. I think it would be better to do our city projects in the budget going forward so that we knew what projects you wanted to fund and then what the surplus was. So that's one of the things I learned through this process of.
So can we do it at any time?
Yeah,
Throughout
just
the
like
year?
any other budget.
We could just say, hey, we're in September, we need this much dollars for whatever project that we have.
The only thing that RAP tax requires you to do is it has to be spent on recreation, art, parks, those type of things. So you couldn't take it and, you know, spend it on a new police car. But other than that, you can choose what you want to do with that money exclusively. There's really no,
You got
there are
Chief
no
back there
strings
crying
attached to it.
now.
Can't spend it on a fire truck.
All of this process has been created for council preference, not for state law or legal requirement.
And
I
you
do
know, while
think-
we're on the subject, I think we should look at it and make some adjustments to that process, so that we know a little better what we have in surplus.
Mayor Pro Tem, I do believe there's a motion that was made. Do you recall the content
No,
of the
I
motion? Okay, we might need to, who made the motion?
So I think I made the motion to table this for 2 weeks. Think about it a little bit and,
Councilman Henderson's motion's still on the table. Do we have a second?
I don't think 2 weeks is gonna help.
I think you should let it die.
table this until further notice.
Your motion to die. I didn't mean anything else.
She just killed your motion.
Council, would you like to amend your motion or have it voted on?
I don't, Carmen, what do you think? How much time do you need?
Historical Society would help, especially with the history piece. I think there's a lot of people that would help. You know, like that's the direction we want to go. But
So the motion,
I don't want you to go to Stan. I want
you have to withdraw your motion if you.
I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
I'll
thought it
make
died.
another motion.
Oh, wait, I thought it died. Give him the credit of withdrawing it. It died.
You withdrew
He
it.
just wanted to put a rubber stamp on it and make sure it was.
You withdrew it. Okay, do you have a
Yeah,
motion?
so I really love the idea of having community involvement with this. So at this time, I would like us to not do any money towards funding of this. And then look at it again after we've seen, you know, a lot of community involvement and interest in this. And then look at it when we're looking over our budget and kind of decide then how much we want to contribute to this at a later date, which that's not, that, I don't know if that needs to be part of the motion, but as my motion right now is to not give any money to the Washington City Youth Council.
Okay, Tara, did you get that?
Yes, we got it.
Thank you. So there's a motion by Councilwoman Casperson. Do we have a second?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
And it's to Jeremy. Is it, if it's, because it's a motion not to donate right now, is what I've heard. Does that mean we can donate at a later time?
That's always up to you.
It wouldn't have
Is
to
it
be in
your
this motion
discretion?
for that anyway. We can do that at any time.
I'm just asking because basically what you're doing is denying this. I'm trying to make a path forward, and in lieu of tabling, you're saying
I'm saying basically what they've said is that we can come back to this anytime. We don't have to have a special meeting or anything. We can.
But is that because it's a city project versus an applicant project? That's why I'm asking.
So again,
Because
the rules that are set around how you want to divvy out the money are rules that you set. So you can choose to.
do we have to amend those rules before
No, I mean, you can choose to
So
ignore
you're
those
saying
rules
we
and
can do
fund
whatever we
something,
want.
suspend and fund, you can choose to, yeah. They're just rules imposed by you on you, so you can choose to.
Wait, hold on. It was rules imposed by us by Thad.
So we have a motion on the table. Was there a second? Anyone for a second?
My motion's gonna die too.
That are thinking about it.
So I view this application a little differently than the others. It's not a disbursement to another organization. It's actually a purchase by the city council is what's proposed. And so I view this one both as it's an application for this council to enter a contract, right? Instead of this council to fund an organization or fund an activity. And so I see it a little differently as well. But yeah, the rules and the process that we have set for these type of applications shouldn't be interpreted to bind you the rest of the year if you choose to use RAP tax that the city has received for a use.
So the motion, do we understand the motion? Is there a second?
Can you repeat that one more time? Ben and I were.
Councilman Henderson is kind of angry at me for that.
Are you kidding?
I'm just teasing. So at this time, I am making a motion to not give any money to the Washington City Youth Council at this time.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Motion by Councilman Casperson, second on the motion.
I'm going to second it to see where this goes, but I think we should table, but I'm going to second it.
Any other discussion?
I would like to, well, depending on how this vote goes, I would like to give a dollar amount tonight. That's what I would like to do. That the city's willing to put towards it. That's where I'm at now.
What dollar amount are you thinking, Councilman?
So at this point, we have a motion and a second. You can make a substitute motion.
You can make a substitute motion.
Or we need to vote on the
after it's
motion.
voted on. So we need a roll call vote to the motion. Are we clear on the motion and the second? Councilman Martinson?
Nay.
Councilman Henderson?
Nay.
Councilman Coates?
I told you I don't have to do it. I just motioned it to see where it happened.
I'm a nay. Councilman Casperson?
Nay.
The motion dies. Can we entertain another motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Henderson, go ahead.
I would like to make the same arrangement. I can see the value in this puzzle, or I mean, in this artwork. Puzzles, I'm not so sure about, so to be honest. I would like to propose that we make the same arrangement that we made with the Melinda Covington statue. I'd like to make a motion that we award $37,500 to the Youth Council to pay for half of the artwork, and then the rest of it would be raised privately. And then the puzzles, we can cross that bridge another time.
Councilman, will you clarify what you mean by privately?
By somebody other than the city.
Other than a government
Private
entity?
donations, yeah, somebody other than the city.
Okay, thank you. That was a motion by Councilman Henderson. Do we have a second?
I will second that one.
Martinson, second that. I don't know where we're at. Councilman Coates? Aye.
Discussion? Are we, did they vote aye? I don't think they
So-
voted aye yet, did they?
So I do have discussion on that. As he was talking, I liked how Thad brought up that this is more of an applicant process. If we come back and we do it as a wrap tax funding, the city is the one kind of responsible, correct? The city's the one saying, this is what we're giving. This puts a lot of the onus back on the applicant to raise the remainder of the funds. Is my thought process correct?
Aren't we the applicant because it's the Washington City Youth Council? Is it because they're part of our organization?
Ultimately, we are.
Yeah, so the way I'm hearing it is we've allocated the funding. As soon as they come up, somebody else comes up with the other half. We can do it like we did it with the statue. We'll put it in the foundation. We'll take donations into the foundation. As soon as we have $75,000, we go ahead and commission the painting.
But what happens if we don't come up with the rest?
Then we don't. Yeah.
It doesn't meet the criteria. So
Does there need to be a timeline on that?
There can be.
Would you like to amend your motion to add a date that the money would need to be raised by?
Can I ask Carmen, when do we have to tell him yes?
Thad, do we need a date on this?
The law doesn't require that there be a date specific.
Not a legal matter, but a procedural matter for the city.
I don't know that we have to have a date specific for fund accumulation either. I would think that the council and the staff at some point would just recognize either that it's succeeded or that it's failed. And I don't know how much time that would take. A date would certainly give it specificity.
We just put a year on it.
Well, no, here's the tough part is we're going to have to tell him to get going, right?
Yeah.
Like literally tell him now, and our money needs to go pay him that half while we go raise the rest.
True.
And then what do we do if we don't come up with the money? That's
I don't think I would do that. I'd wait until you had all of it, and then it takes him 6 months to paint it. So it may not be ready for next Cotton Days. It might be the one after that, or Veterans Day after that, or something else. But I wouldn't. If you send him off, then he's due the other half. And if it's not raised, we're going to have to pay for it, right? I mean, we would fulfill our commitment.
Jeremy's paying for it.
It's a legal question, I think.
What? I know you're going to get the money, Carmen. You'll figure it out. And so I'm not, but I think I like the idea of if we don't make it this year, maybe it is next year. Oh, that's what she said.
I like this because we're only focusing on the artwork. We don't have to worry about the puzzle pieces. I know that our community can raise $37,500. I think this is a great compromise. The city has some skin in the game, the city itself, and then the residents will have some skin in the game. I think, as Councilman Casperson said, this will actually add to the value of this because citizens will have some skin in the game through the donations. And so I don't have any, yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
So I apologize. I don't recall who made the motion and the second. The motion was made by Henderson. The second was made by Martinson. We've had discussion.
So can I ask one clarifying?
Sure.
Councilwoman Casperson says I can't speak anymore.
I was just teasing. Of course you can. We'd love to hear what you have to share.
No, Carmen made a comment. So with the 75,000, don't we get the painting? But then you said the large puzzle, so I'm confused. Like, is there a large? But don't we get the wall? But don't we get the full painting? That's ours. That's big. But isn't that with the 75? So the 75 is what?
Carmen, what is the size of that painting? I think that might be what they're being confused. It's the painting
the
that was
big
here.
10 by 8.
Okay.
So what? How much?
And then what does the wall cost?
So what is the puzzle cost for just one puzzle? Or do you no? Okay. I didn't understand that. So thank you for explaining that. I thought that yeah, but we have the rights for multiple years, right? So we can always at another time go look at that, or if someone wants that. Jeremy's going to yell. Can you speak at the mic?
That was a great clarifying question. Thank you so much
You
for
can even
asking.
sell the prints, not just a puzzle. People like to buy the prints too.
Yeah, posters.
And that's a value in itself. So he's given us exclusive rights.
Carmen, will you
for
hold on
2
just a
years.
second? I need a point of order. So we've had a motion, we've had a second, we've had discussion. That discussion is among the council. If it's
not among
otherwise, then we need to kill that motion, don't we?
But
we need to withdraw that motion. If the council is among the discussion, I'm just making sure we do this right. Thad, can you help me with that?
I don't know that you have to withdraw it, but the farther we get away from it without a vote, there probably gets some confusion.
So we need to vote on the motion, and if we want to continue
refresh
discussion.
you with my motion. So my motion is that the city pays $37,500 towards the painting. All the rest of it, the other $37,500, the $10,000 if we're getting the big puzzle, needs to be privately funded.
And that's your motion.
That's my motion.
Now, do we have a second for that motion?
I will second that motion.
Discussion. Councilman Coates?
I have no further comments.
No, your vote.
Am I first?
It's your turn.
Oh.
There's a process to this.
I know, but I don't want to go first.
It's your turn. I'll go first. Councilman Ivy, aye.
Councilwoman Casperson, aye.
Councilman Martinson, aye.
Aye.
I'm going to say aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. We now have the seventh item on our agenda is report of officers from assigned committees. Councilman Martinson, you always get the distinguished honor of starting that off.
I got nothing.
Got nothing. Okay, Councilman Henderson?
I've got nothing.
Councilman Coates?
Nothing. It's summer. No one wants to have meetings.
Well, just real quick, I don't want to extend the meeting any longer than we have to, but I had a really good ride along with Sergeant Wilstead from the Washington City Police Department. He's just another example of the great public safety employees that we have. He was very professional in all of our encounters and portrays that image of what we like in our public safety, and that is that they are public servants first, and I really appreciate that. Then the only other thing I just want to tell you about quickly, because this is moving along quickly, during the interim sessions, the Water Working Board has been working on some legal matters that have been created because of the current water situation that we've been in, where we were in a huge drought. Then we have record rainfall, snowfall. And with that, it's created some overages. Some of the wording is methods for taking conserved water. Again, saved water, it needs to be identified, a balance between the needs of an irrigation company and the needs of a shareholder seeking to file a change application, and then some watershed council acts. Those are some of the things that we're working on between now and this fall before the legislative session. Council, if any of you have any questions or concerns about any of that, it's kind of uncharted territory because it's been created because of our weather and our moisture situation recently. So if you can share anything with me, I'll take your concerns back and try to get an answer for you. But that's what we're working on. Councilwoman Casperson?
I don't have anything today.
Okay, city manager report?
I have 6 items. How many do you want to hear? Okay, I think they're important. I think they're exciting. We finally got our Solus water pumps up, completed, and they received state approval. So those of you who know about that project, that's a big deal. A lot of credit goes to our public works staff who worked really hard to get that done. They're fully functioning now with some minor fine tuning left to go. We did receive an email this is on the Long Valley tank, getting concurrence from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is another big step. So we anticipate a signed right-of-way soon from BLM. The design's well underway. So again, that's another one that I know our public works staff has worked really hard on. Our AMI metering has been very productive, helping and find and fix leaks. We now have 237 people signed up on My Water Advisor. So we'd love to see a big push to get a lot more. So if you're out talking to people, it's a really good way for people, as Councilman Henderson explained, to see their water usage and make changes. We're getting ready to start the same AMI metering with our power company. It's out to RFP right now, and we expect responses due back by August 11th. So we'll see some similar benefits from the AMI metering in the power department. The parks maintenance building is really close to being completed. They're just doing punch list items right now, waiting on certification of their detention basin, but they will have a grand opening and ribbon cutting on Friday, August 11th at noon. So we'll have Tara put that on your calendars, but that's an exciting thing. That's a really cool new building. And I know parks and maintenance are really excited to get into that building and have a little bit more space to serve the community. And then on the Wheels Park, we haven't talked about that for a few weeks. Pre-construction meeting is happening next week, and the grading is going to start on August 8th. So that project will kick off and start moving. So that's all I have. Mayor Pro Tem Ivey.
Thank you. I appreciate those updates. So we have no need to go to a closed session, but I just want to end the meeting by saying how much I appreciate working with this council and with this staff. We deal with some complex issues in our city, and I think that what the most noble effort that we have is trying to address all sides of all issues and trying to make sure that there's no unintended consequences or that someone's opinions or wants are discounted or discharged without due conversation. So with that, I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? They're all gun shy now.
Second.
Second by Coates. All in favor? We stand adjourned.
Nay.